So first, I would like to say teşekkürler to organizers of this amazing expo, but also the conference, SolarEX. And we, in our club, we always believe in together we are stronger, and I would like to thank SolarEX organizers for bringing our members here. So first, like we are in the morning, we are the first session, so everybody is still a bit sleepy after the long travels from Dubai, from Australia, from Morocco, from India, from Spain, from Jordan, from China. I would say from all the continents. So I would like to play first our video to make some small entertainment.
Political decision makers and public opinion influencers, and work hand in hand on financial instruments and business models to scale up clean tech investments from billions to trillions while shaping the future today. In 2020, faced with COVID-19 crises, Clean Tech Business Club leaders driven by the power of H2H blockchain and United DNA started Together We Are Stronger initiative and committed themselves to its manifesto, Declaration 2030, to jointly anticipate, shape, and lead together the clean tech decade. As together, we are more effective than apart. And now we launch our CBC 2.0 digital platform, the epicenter for essential clean tech TV, news and knowledge resources, business and expertise, events and job opportunities, to unite clean tech industry with related stakeholders while empowering their businesses and guiding them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and 365 days a year towards a new world's paradigm. And we will make it by combining business with meaningfulness and joy, because together we are stronger. Thumbs up for clean tech.
Okay, we can switch to the presentation now. So I think now everybody is entertained, yes, so we can start discussion about the future of Turkey. Can we switch to the presentation, please? So as you could notice, Clean Tech Business Club is a family of the visionary leaders around the world in 36 countries, representing all the technologies, all the stakeholders, and the most important, people who cherish the spirit, business plus meaningfulness and joy. And together we are stronger. So we came here to Turkey with our clean tech leaders from around the world, from 4 continents, to help our friends in Turkey to transform the paradigm of the country. So tomorrow, the whole day, we will have our Clean Tech Business Club Forum, where we will discuss a lot of important topics, which will be actually the extension of today's visionary discussion. You can meet us at our booth, also in this hall, M11. And let me start first with clean tech disruption, yes? Because Tony Siba, who is here on the picture, in 2014, when we met, he explained to me what is disruption. And since this moment, I understood that we should not be stressed, because anyway, we will change the world thanks to the convergence of different disruptions. So this is the famous photo of New York Avenue, Fifth Avenue, in just, at the beginning of the last century. And can you see the car here? Yes, there is one car, actually, yes. And then just 13 years later, can you see the horse? Oh, there is actually one horse. So you see, during just 13 years, cars completely destroyed, replaced 60,000 years old horse transportation industry. And actually, very often when we travel around the world, people, they speak about innovation. But actually, we are not experiencing innovation in clean tech industry, but disruption. So what is the difference between innovation and disruption? So innovation is just to make things a bit better, yes? Disruption is to make new things, yes? That completely make other old things obsolete, yes? Like a car made horse transportation obsolete. And do you recognize this car? It's over 130 years ago. Who can guess what is the car? So actually, this is the new version of this car. Yes, Porsche. So it was the first electric car. First electric car, actually, and it was Porsche. So the thing is that a lot of companies, they don't understand what is the disruption, yes? And they start to innovate, improve their products, while other guys, they are coming with the new products, yes? And you see, Kodak, you remember, Nokia, they had like a 70% of market share. Today, they are almost not existing. You remember in the past, some in the room, we were working with Walkman. Afterwards, we had CDs, etc. And today is practically everything on the live stream. And what is very interesting that during our history, the disruptions in different technologies are accelerating. Yes, so practically you can see that the recent disruptions is just 10 years to change completely the paradigm. And normally, most of the people, they think in the linear way, yes? And when it comes to the disruption and what we expect for the world with clean technologies, we'll go faster, we'll change the paradigm faster. That's why during the COVID, you saw on the video, we came up with our declaration 2030, because we believe that now we are reaching the tipping point, yes? So actually it was our prediction 4 years ago in different technologies. Now the technologies converge, and during next decade, we can practically change the world. So let's say that this is today, and this is 2030. And, there is a lot of so-called experts, yes? Like CEO of Microsoft, Bloomberg, Bill Gates. They underestimated, actually, disruption. They never believed in the internet, in iPhone, etc. And I think that in our club, we don't have this kind of people, yes? We have actually visionaries, yes? Some visionaries, they didn't miss the opportunity, and it's a great pleasure to have these visionaries with us. So today, we'll imagine, yes, Turkey picture after the clean tech decade, and more important, how we will get there. And tomorrow, during all the sessions, we will continue more in details, yes? So I would like to invite to the stage Professor Eike Weber. Professor Weber, please. So Professor Weber in our club is chairman of the World Cleantech Awards, I would say the most renowned awards in the cleantech space. Former president of Fraunhofer ISE, the largest solar energy institute. So Heike, you can take the best place you like. We have quite a lot. And Professor Emeritus of Berkeley University, Vice Chair of the European Solar Manufacturing Council, and I would say one of the icons globally in the solar space. And actually you have another icon in solar space and renewables, Professor Schener Oktik. So, dear Schener, and I'm very honored because Professor Oktik became honorary chairman of our Cleantech Business Club here in Turkey. So I believe that with him, I will be able, move the mountains and make the dreams happen. And we are still waiting for Kutali, who is the president of Gundar. Ah, okay. So please come. You look quite fresh after 4 hours drive from Ankara. So could I welcome you on the stage? Yes. So, and also welcome.
Hi, thank you.
And teşekkürler for making the trip happen. So, guys, as I mentioned, you are not the guys who think in a conventional way, linear way. You are disruptors. Some of you, I would not say you are old experts. I would say you are experienced experts, yes? Yes, period. You started many years ago and, everybody was saying clean technology, solar energy, renewables is just crazy, yes? I just remember like 20 years ago, the solar market was like 3,000 times smaller than today, yes? And I would like to ask you, because when we think in a linear way, we think how to improve things, yes? But actually, when it comes to disruption, I think we should first forget about today. We should imagine the future, how this picture, which kind of puzzles will be used, and how put these puzzles into the picture. Yes, so maybe first I would like to ask Professor Weber, yes, from the global perspective, how do you see this transformation? Why actually you are one of the guys who was pushing for Declaration 2030, and why do you think that we can and we will transform the world during the next decade?
Thank you so much, Thomas. It's a big pleasure to be here with all of you and with all the guests who watch on the internet, because really we are in the year 2023. And as Thomas pointed out, just 10, 15 years ago, people thought you are crazy to think about using solar energy on the ground. Solar energy might be good to power the satellites in space because they don't have much choice to generate electricity, but using solar electricity on the ground on Earth is much too expensive. It will never work commercially, so it was just a field for some crazy pioneers like my predecessor, Adolf Götzberger, who in 1982 turned down the directorship of a big Fraunhofer Institute. He left with 20 people to form a new institute for solar energy, and actually people asked his wife if he is still really okay in his head to do so, because it was obviously so stupid. And today, this institute, which started with a group of 20, has 1,300 people working, and the old Mother Institute is still 200 people like it was when Götzberger left. So this is really visionary, and I think we are in a very special time today, because now the world is facing the perfect storm. The perfect storm comes from two things. Somebody talks. I need to switch this off. The perfect storm comes from two reasons. One is, of course, what we just discussed. Cost of solar electricity is the lowest cost way to produce electricity on Earth. We have already seen tenders for close to 1 cent per kilowatt hour of solar electricity in very beneficial high solar areas of the world. But secondly, and I want to stress this very, very much, in this decade, we realize that it is our last chance as a human population of this beautiful blue planet Earth to change course, to drastically reduce our CO2 emissions in order to avoid really catastrophic climate change. And when I say really catastrophic climate change, our danger is not that we miss the 1.5-degree target and then we might have a 2-degree warming of the Earth or a 2.5-degree warming of the Earth. The risk is if we miss the 1.52% target, the world will go down in a new situation called hothouse Earth, and then we talk about 3, 4, 5 degrees warming. We are not talking about half a meter of sea level rise, but several meters of sea level rise, storms of a magnitude we have never experienced up to now, and many other climate events which we are not yet aware of. So there is a young generation which now is coming on the streets. Actually, in Germany, the young generation glues themselves to the road and says, guys, we bring everything to a stop till you realize the magnitude of the problem at hand. And the beauty is we do have the solution. We know the problem. We do have all the needed technologies. Of course, we continue research and development to make the technologies even more cost effective, to bring down cost, increase efficiency. That's fine, but we don't need breakthroughs. We have all what we need. And the third factor is we, of course, do have the money which is needed for this gigantic transformation challenge for the world. So all these three ingredients come together, and this is what I call the perfect storm. On the one hand side, the economics of providing electricity for the lowest cost possible, and on the other hand, of course, the challenge of that we have to do this within this decade in order to avoid catastrophic climate change. And I say all the countries who have realized this situation, and the first country who really realized this was actually China. China in 2008 put into their 5-year plan the sentence, the further build-up of photovoltaics is of central strategic importance for the People's Republic of China. No country in Europe, no country worldwide made such a strong statement. And of course, we see what happened. China has really harvested the fruits, has now a gigantic PV industry, has a gigantic industry in clean tech. But our task here in Turkey, in Europe, in the United States is that this technology, of course, cannot be monopolized from one country. We are very happy to buy solar modules from China, but we definitely need to have our own value chain. We need to do the production here in Europe, in the United States, in other countries. And of course, this is really what we will be talking about tomorrow, and this is a very important, challenging, but as well as an opportunity for many interesting economic activities. So this is what I would like to say at the outset. The timing could not be better to meet here in 2023 to set off the clean tech decade of the 2020s.
Thank you so much, Diarke. And now I would like to ask Professor Şener Oktik. So we know each other, I think, since almost 20 years when Professor Oktik was representing Turkey in European photovoltaic technology platform. Yes, I remember that he was one of the fathers of all the legislation to support renewable energy in the country. Afterwards, he was one of the first chairman of GENSET, the first photovoltaic association, pioneer of clean technologies, of solar research. Also, during 10 years, CTO of Sisecam, one of the largest glass manufacturers. And today, as I mentioned, our honorary chairman of Clean Tech Business Club. So, dear Şener, let's come back a bit to the history. Yes, when you started solar energy and your 100 kilowatt solar installation was the largest in the country. Yes, and let's compare it to today. And afterwards, I would like to ask you, what is your picture of the country after the clean tech decade?
First of all, good morning to everyone. Thank you very much, Thomas. I do thank for your effort for continuing effort for the CBC. I hope this will grow and give you what you expect. You know, the changes professors really summarized quite nicely. When I was introduced to photovoltaic, it was 1979. Oh. Actually, the first paper I published was before Professor Gottsberger. I was using his technique to really, really to do something, whatever. It comes a long way from there. I've been to different parts of the world working on photovoltaic, from Italy, Germany, England. And in England, I was CTO of BP Solar, British Petroleum Research Center. Then I decided to come to Turkey, and I started missionary work in Turkey to establish photovoltaic as a real thing. The first installation was at Muğla University, really. We managed to start with 10 kilowatt. When I finished with the Muğla University in 2010, it was around about 100 kilowatt, but it was all the applications, whatever. But within that time, there was significant changes in Turkish laws and regulation on clean energy. And of course, the drop of the prices of PV, there was a significant change in interest Turkish industries into photovoltaic sector. You'll be seeing in the value chain, you see many Turkish companies successfully progressing. But today, if the time is allowing, I know the words fly, but the actual writings stay. If they sort of load my presentation, I like to give a clear picture of what's happening in the world. Probably my colleague Kutay will really explain to us what's happening in Turkey regarding the clean energy. Could you please upload my presentation? If you allow me, I'll do it from there. I'll take your stage. You take my stage.
Do we have other presentations? Yes.
Benim sunumu yükleyebilir misiniz? Well, what I try to do really is that what's happening in the world last 10, 20 years, how the clean energy, not just photovoltaic, not just wind, not geothermal, how is it really progressing? Since this is a technology business club, so the business is important, so money really matters. What's the size of the actual market we are dealing with? Okay, I'm expecting that, but even in Turkey, there's a significant volume now really we are dealing with in the clean energy, wind, solar. Yes, but whatever we do, actually, speed is not that high. We are on it, trying to go and just pushing it. But actually, what we are really sitting on is problematic. So what we need for disruption, change the vehicle. We have to change the vehicle. We are very much into really doing it. We are trying to ride it, but the vehicle is globally is not that good. It doesn't move. Could you have someone?
So we need to change the vehicle to move.
Could you please? Slides are moving very slow as well. Slide is not moving. Arkadaşlar hareket etmiyor. Bakar mısınız? Bunun pilim yok. Slide hareket etmiyor.
So we have the small disruption now with the presentation.
While they are doing it, we can really chat. Is it moving? Okay, great. Thank you. Where is it? Oh, okay. This is my disclaimer. Come on. Oh, no, I'm moving too fast. I'm sorry for this, Thomas. What's happening? Okay. When we look at the investment in US dollar for renewables, we are talking about 500 billion. This is how it is progressing. But when you see in 2022, it is significantly higher than the last year. Come on. Okay. Who are the largest companies worldwide based on the revenue in photovoltaic? When you look at Denmark, Ørsted, Spain, Iberdrola, your country, and Jinko Solar in China, Vestas in Denmark, Siemens Gamesa, and Brookland Renewable Partners, First Solar, Canadian Solar, Renewable Energy Group, Inc., US, and SunPower. This is the top countries have a business in renewables. And cumulative renewables now is round about, as you can see, something like 3,000 gigawatts. Does anyone know what's the total power of the world now producing electricity? Touching up to 10,000, getting there. And you can see we are almost only 30%, but which includes hydro, solar, wind, etc. And when you look at the existing renewables worldwide, and when you take the actual hydro, you can see we are around about 1,900 regime. And leading countries installed renewable energy capacity in the country is China at the top. As you can see, China is larger than nearly 1,000 gigawatt, terawatt region. Sorry. This is in gigawatt, yes. US, Brazil, India, Germany, Japan, Canada, you can see, and Turkey is getting there. See, soon we are hoping to get there somewhere. And when you look at the electricity generation, this is how much electricity is generated in terawatt hours by renewables. As you can see now, Asia is producing the larger portion of electricity by renewables. And the share of the renewable power in energy generation globally is just 28%. And the leading electric utilities, who is really running those electricity by renewables, is Spain, Acciona, and Ørsted, Denmark, E.ON, Germany, etc. I'm not going to read up. And as you can see, there are significant large companies really involved in the electricity produced by renewables. And what will happen in 2050 if we take today's value, which is around about 70 in exajoules? It's a bit confusing because rest was in gigawatt, etc. But this is kilowatt hour, gigawatt hour, this is exajoules. From today's energy need, around about 30-ish, we'll go 161. To really meet this demand, we need disruption, as Thomas introduced at the beginning. We know the problem, as Professor said, we know the solution. We can go really solve the problem by either really discoveries, could be some innovation, but disruption is quite important. So we have to have some kind of really vehicle to disrupt what is here now. And this is the picture for Turkey. Turkey is around about 104 gigawatt installed power. As you can see, this solar is 9.4, and as you can see, there are biomass And actually, there is wind and solar is very close to each other. And Turkey, as you can see, energy demand for Turkey is increasing significantly year to year. So I'll stop here. I use my time. I let Kutay give us the picture of Turkish renewable energy sector. Thank you very much, Thomas. I wish all the success for the conference.
Yes, yes. So thank you so much. And can we switch this to the other presentation, please? So before, because we are running quite off time, it's always so interesting, we need to also allow other people to speak. I would like to ask Kutay Kotali, so you are, I think, the youngest here, yes? So you are building the future for people like you and also for our kids. I would like to ask you, so first maybe you can introduce yourself, yes, and also Gunder, and afterwards, how do you see the picture of the country, taking into account the input of our professors?
Well, Thomas, thank you again for preparing all of this organization. Also, tomorrow will be more efficient and productive sessions, I would say, first of all. I also want to thank SolarEX team as well, which have prepared a wonderful fair, I would say. I've been to these fairs maybe more than 12, 13 years, only on solar. Before that, it was also hydros, wind, and other stuff. But I would say this one is the best year, probably. I would like to add something to our distinguished professors. They gave some dates, as you remember, which one was the publishment of an article and also another article in 1979, which is older than me. I was born in '82, and I'm more than, I would say, 20 years in this sector, mostly in the hydros, and the last 12 years with the solar business. And I've been holding the president of Günder, which is the Turkish Solar Energy Association, since 2017. Turkey is on a really good way, I would say, Thomas, on the renewables. If we look in our installed capacity, which is 104 gigawatts, more than 50% is based on renewables. But I will also very happy, which is the solar business, because our electricity law, I would say it was the second version of the electricity law, which was established in 2013 and started the unlicensed electricity. The first solar power plants which was built in Turkey is in 2014. Before that, there was nothing. Really nothing. 0 kilowatts. In 2014, it was 50 megawatts, and now we have more than 9 gigawatts of solar power plants based all around Turkey, almost each city, almost in each village. How we came to that? It was not easy, because in each country, the legislation makers, the decision makers, the governments try to do their best, but it's always not the best. So we tried to change the legislation. We had a really big effort with Professor Oktik, his predecessors, his ancestors, and other associations as well. We tried to change the legislation, and we managed it, actually. Now, if we look at Turkey's solar business market, what has happened, I would say, we have the rooftops, which has the net meterings plus self-consumption. We have licensed projects, which was standard in 2014, and all of them are now in operation. We have unlicensed electricity before 2019, which are selling electricity for $13.3, which is more than maybe, I would say, 4,000 megawatts. We have YEKA projects, which is the auctions which are held by the government, and they are like being auctioned every year more than 2,000 megawatts, which we will see in the next 5-6 years in operation. What we have more, we have installed solar plants for self-consumption and for also net metering. What else we have? We have hybrid projects. In operation, I would say now it's 9 gigawatts, but from this year on, each year it will be probably installed more than 3 gigawatts and plus 1 gigawatt each year. It's 2023 now, we have 9, and probably in 2013, Turkey will have more than 30 gigawatts of installed solar plants. Which is also I'm very proud because this brings also local manufacturing. As Professor said, we also need to build our own value chains. In Turkey, we have cell manufacturing, we have module manufacturing, and more than 30 factories maybe. And each year they are increasing their capacities. Probably at the end of this year, they cannot sell all of it because they are not competing really good with China right now, but the total capacity will be around 30 gigawatts of the factories at the end of this year, per year, I would say. They are selling around maybe 3 to 4 inside in local, and maybe they are selling 2 to 3 gigawatts now abroad. But that will increase as well, so that's a good thing for the value chain. And if we go behind that, and if we try to manage to have the silicon also in Turkey, that will be a great job. But this is just a picture now. Let's continue this tomorrow, I would say. Thank you, Thomas.
Because actually we are running out of time, yes, and other speakers are impatiently waiting for their time. So just one question, I would like to ask you for some voting, yes? Do you believe that Turkey will become one of the global clean tech leaders? No, let's vote, because this is recorded, yes? And everybody in the room, do you believe that Turkey can become one of the global clean tech leaders? Okay, so by acclamation, we agree.
Well, tomorrow we will talk discussing in a large spectrum, but when you look at the actual business or investment in module making, I made a list really. They are not all operative, but totally Turkey has almost 20 to 25 gigawatt per year module production capacity. But in the real life, last year Turkey produced something like 6.5 to 7 gigawatt module, and we installed only 1.6 gigawatts, so we are selling it. I believe Turkey will become the hub for clean energy production, not just photovoltaic.
Okay, thank you so much. Eike?
Yeah, in addition to all the many numbers which you have heard, I would like to add just 2 numbers which I consider extremely important. Worldwide, we were very happy that last March we crossed the mark of 1,000 gigawatt installed PV, 1 terawatt. It sounds fantastic, a huge amount. You know, the power output is like the daily power output of 1,000 nuclear power plants. That's a lot. However, this is absolutely nothing compared to where we are going. All the studies about how much renewable energy do we need to seriously come away from fossil nuclear fuels and go to renewables say we need between 30,000 gigawatts and 60,000 gigawatts. That means 30 to 60 terawatt of PV. So the real big growth of this market is just ahead of us, and I guess we here on stage, we agree that this will happen in this decade. And I'm very pleased to hear that Turkey right now already is set up with the production capacity, first of modules and maybe later as well on cells and the rest, in order to really play an important role of this. So welcome to this, and I really, really look forward to have Turkey as an important player in this world.
So could I just 3 words?
Okay. I'm going to say something else, all right? So it's just about the human behavior. Because whatever we do, if we use the planes, I'm coming to your 1.5 centigrade degree change, all right? If we keep eating avocados, for example, they're traveling from South America to here. So if we keep that, the goals that Professor mentioned is really hard. Also, there needs to be change in there as well, but I think people are working. It's a hard job, I know that. I was in Canada for the last 3 months, and what I saw in there, okay, they are trying to use the renewables, they are trying to live healthy, that's for sure, but they are still using cars which has a 5.6-liter engine. That's not renewable. They can even use, like Europe does, a 1.5-liter engine. It does the same job, it goes the same way, it goes with the same speed. They don't even have the speed limit. They have only limits for 40 kilometers per hour inside the city. Why do we need a 5.6-liter engine? These should be the questions. Europe is leading the clean change, I would say. They do everything, whatever they can do. But the rest of the world is much bigger than Europe. So they need to follow, and if they don't not follow, the goal is not achievable, I would say. Thank you.
So I loved so much human aspect, yes, and actually in our club we invented human to human, yes, and we unite on human relationship, leaders around the world to bring, first to think about the joint vision, afterwards to bring to other people, yes, and as we are disruptors, yes, but maybe before this I would like to say one important thing, that we experienced earthquake in the country, yes, some of the regions were 80–90% destroyed, yes? And we brought our leaders here tomorrow to discuss about how we can, through the international cooperation, how with clean technologies we can rebuild these regions, yes? Because maybe we can make like a showcase, yes? And I think when we have virgin regions, we can really implement all the clean technologies, yes? And I would like to ask you to join us at our booth because we promote our Solar Lights for Peace initiative. One of the initiatives is bring solar lights to Turkey for the post-earthquake regions and one to Syria. We will launch it tomorrow. And as we are disruptors, let's a bit disrupt all the sessions of SolarEX. And as we really believe in human to human, I would like to ask all our Cleantech Business Club members, all the speakers to the stage together with us, yes, and also all the audience. I would like to ask audience, maybe you can say in Turkish.
Resim için herkesi buraya istiyorlar.
And let's make photo together because maybe this is historical photo of the moment when we will start the Cleantech disruption in Turkey. So please don't be don't be shy, yes? Also audience, come on, let's make a photo with the icons of the renewable energy in the world and also in the country. I always say, every second in our life, we are building the history, yes? So please, and I think it will be great also promotion for SolarEX. I will give my iPhone, so we'll have the photo very fast. Can you make also photo? With iPhone also? But also with iPhone, okay? Okay. Do you remember the video that we showed at the beginning and what is our flagship sign? Thumbs up. I go close to Dr. Rashi, you know, yes, yes, of course. And everybody now, thumbs up for solar, for clean tech, and for Turkey. An iPhone was done also? iPhone? One more with iPhone. Did you make? Yes, okay. Okay, thank you so much, teşekkürler. And thank you so much, Professor Weber, Professor Oktik, and Dirk Kutay for this warming up session. And see you all tomorrow also. See you, our YouTube viewers, tomorrow on SolarEX TV YouTube channel. Thank you so much, teşekkürler.
Hello? Hello, hello? Please, can you be seated? Hello? Hello, can be seated for our next panelist. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, and Ramadan Mubarak to you all. I think it's empty hall, and I don't know, I do the presentation to myself because no audience. Yes, yes, okay. Yes. Usually people are maybe busy with the exhibition, and I think we should take care about the conferences in next year and to be much more audience, because you don't know my feeling when you see empty chairs and you are doing your speech. First of all, I want, because our previous panelists already speak about humanity, we feel shameful and sadness what's happening to our brothers in Palestine in Ramadan in Al-Aqsa Mosque, and this is out of sense, and we all deny this. While we are thinking about environment, we should think before about humanity for all people, and how to think green, not to save environment. We should think about each other. Despite the religion. And really, I am shocked while it's what's happening, and this is shameful for all world. We are in the fifth industrial revolution, and we still behave like not so good. My presentation will be an overview on ever-growing electricity demand with the future of renewable energy and the green hydrogen in the Arab world. Next, please. Next slide. Yes. I want to speak about the present situation regarding the energy transition in the Arab country. We are target more than $1 trillion by 2050 in all Arab country. Target more 70 gigawatt from renewable energy. Jordan already now pass 2.8 giga, not this number, from renewable energy. King Saudi Arabia expected to target to reach by 2035 more than 59 gigawatt from renewables, and all Arab countries are target 20% from energy saving, energy efficiency by 2025, and total expected electricity demand will be 300 gigawatt by 2035. And you can see many Arab countries in the top 10 production of oil. You can see Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, United Arab Emirates. And the importance of a green hydrogen technology globalization is to reduce carbon emission, and also it's essential for energy transition. And while we think about green hydrogen, it's the only solution of energy storage. I will be faster. A green hydrogen roadmap in the Arab country wise it's important and it's essential because location of renewable energy sources for solar energy. Most of the Arab countries are in the solar belt on the earth, and the richness of oil and gas in the Arab world lead in the green hydrogen market, and we more independent for sustainability for green generation, not to repeat oil and gas scenario, just producing to industry and technology. That's mean in a green hydrogen technology, the Arab world will shift from consuming. Now we are consuming, and instead to continue consuming, to be industry region for a green hydrogen and everything a green tech. And we have a fact, and this fact is our region, the Arab region, is have plenty of oil and gas, and this is coming from Allah, and that's why many fighting, and we are divided to 22 countries. And this is not solidarity of the Arab world. And we should think about our future, because we, as the Arab Renewable Energy Commission, belong to the Arab Economy Council. We should think about economy integration between all Arab countries. Instead of we think about individual country, weak country, and we are the richest. And no believe, up to now, there is about what we call energy transition without natural gas and oil. We know about this bad war also between Russia and Ukraine. We should think energy transition can do nothing. If we think about renewable energy and the green hydrogen, it's still in a transit condition. It's still we cannot shift totally because renewable energy can contribute in energy peak, but it cannot be basic load. This is the fact. This is the facts. And why war everywhere in the world? Because to occupy the source of natural gas and oil. And this is the only way we can think about humanity and through peace to sustainability, not sustainability without peace. And we can reach a lot of goals for sustainability in this way. Regarding green hydrogen, also the Arab country will be the source of renewable energy for all the world. I represent international connection for China and Jordan for one network for electricity in the world, global one net, and that's why in the past we have Silk Road for trading, and now we have electricity, one network for all countries in the world. And if we think about green hydrogen, we think about the cost and water, land cost, and it's the best to have a green hydrogen generation through the Arab world. And that's cost, for example, it's $7 per kilogram, and just $1 per kilogram for gray hydrogen. Gray hydrogen, which come from the domestic source of energy, oil and gas, and green come from the source of renewable energy. Social aspects is the key for the investment in the Arab world, and that will create a new job career, replace the foreign companies with the private sector gradually. That means not every foreign is good for the Arab world. And we accept that because we have money for that. We have oil, we have natural gas, but we should graduate this and privatization gradually for the Arab world to strong their economy, and this should be integration between all countries in the Arab world. Increase R&D and improve innovation institutions. That means we still have no know-how, but the Arab people before, they are who are establishing and the sourcing for all R&D in the world right now. Also, we should qualify our engineer and our technician infrastructure for the smart cities. If we think carefully, and by the way, my lecture was designed to be about the smart cities. If we want to think carefully and a practical way for the smart cities or energy transition, we should think about the smart cities. Because in the smart cities, we push all individuals, all cities, all governments to have a huge infrastructure and to be ready for the energy transition, which depends more on renewable energy and green hydrogen, and also at the same time before that for energy efficiency. And while it goes for sustainability, and you can see in the slide about 17 goals for United Nations. This is in Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam 1,400 years ago, that people, not Muslim people are partners in water, energy, and food, and to reserve our environment. This is 100. He is establishing the new human civilization. He is establishing the new smart cities, Medina Munawwara. And we just 3 years or 2 years, starting the 5th industrial revolution, which is depend on the inhabitants. That's the individual, how we can take care about the individual. And we need the governments to contribute the progress and the development, excellent infrastructure for the inhabitants. And we should feel each other. I have a good example for that. In total, human beings are about 8 billion. In total, we are 8 billion. And we have kingdom of ants. Kingdom of ants around 30,000 billion. And we feel unhappy as a people, as 8 billion. Compare 8 billion, make this bad mistake for the environment, for the natural, for everything, war, fighting, still want to make innovation, and nothing you can describe the world nowadays. Compare this with the ants, 30,000 billion kingdom of ants, because this is from Allah and we want to manage the things by ourselves. And this is totally bad mistake for humanity. And if we compare renewable energy development with the new era of green hydrogen, in the Arab country we have plenty, we target more than 100 giga from renewable energy. And the best for that, for energy storage, is to use renewable energy to generate a green hydrogen. And this is the hub for the market. And we have promising projects now ongoing on Morocco, about 1 giga or 600 mega. And this will be connected to Germany and to Spain and nearby European countries, and ongoing in projects in Algeria, King Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates, and Egypt, and my country, Jordan. All are ongoing for a green hydrogen. This is the scenario for global energy sources. The domestic source of energy, coal and oil, natural gas. And you know, Germany now come back to coal because of this bad war between Russia and Ukraine, and we hope this will finish soon. And renewable energy, we have the continuity of renewable energy is hydropower, and the rest we cannot depend totally. You know, it's just contribute in the big load, and it's the right solution for the consumers only. And nuclear is still a valid option, and it's ongoing in many countries in the world regarding nuclear. And this is why solar energy is now competitive with the domestic source of energy. It's very cheap comparing. It was in 1979, $75. Nowadays, it's just $0.5. And that's why the future for green hydrogen, renewable energy, climate change, zero carbon future fuel, and green economy. You can see this focus in renewable energy and energy efficiency investment in the Arab country, energy transition, and you can see there is a huge potential in King Saudi Arabia. King Saudi Arabia is kingdom of Saudi Arabia is the lead worldwide, #1 worldwide, because Allah through Prophet Ibrahim do that for Saudi Arabia. It's totally desert, and from this desert he mentioned in Quran green trees, and from this green trees you have petrol. And this is our strategy. I want to focus on the Arab Renewable Energy Commission AREC strategy. The proper use of energy and energy management should be the policy energy mapping for energy mix, for energy security and continuity of energy in all Arab countries. We have now, Jordan is surrounded by our brothers countries. For example, Syria. Syria is suffering. It's suffering country, our brother in Syria. We punish about 30 million people because of bad regime. And what is the situation? What is the impact in the human being there? They just 20% of their electricity demand they get. And we have problem on Lebanon on electricity. We have a problem in Iraq. Maybe Iraq, it's from the 10 top in oil production. And come on, also we have a problem in Yemen. We have everywhere in the Arab country. That's why we should be integrated and to solve the problem of energy for in this way. And what is the difference between Europe and Europe countries and the Arab world? Why they have integrated together economy and we have divided economy? And this is the only solution to reach sustainability. Regional cooperation, and that's mean we should cooperate, for example, with Turkey, with all region country, and also with Europe. And this is the sustainability. It's coming through cooperation, regional cooperation, international cooperation, mini-grid. It's started from mini-grid, that the inhabitants from a 3 kilowatt peak system up to, for example, a factory, 1 mega, up to a country, for example, 1 giga, and you can produce this clean energy, give it to another country like Syria, not forbidden for Syria. For what forbidden for Syria? How we can solve the problem, huge weakness economy in Lebanon, how we can solve this issue. We should work to have a great infrastructure not just for a country, for all world together, because we should force for that. We are thinking about our individual. We feel shy that we have electricity, and why we are in Ramadan, to feel poor people with rich people, and how we can feel that. And that's why we put a target to reach 30% of renewables by 2030, 30% of energy efficiency, and 40% of electric vehicles. You know about electric vehicles, and you can see the slide about the vehicle, and now the world target more than 300 million electric vehicle by 2035. And I think many countries will pay tax because they have not shifted from domestic source of energy for their transportation to the green transportation, which totally depend on electric vehicle from source of renewable energy and green hydrogen. And this will think about the green transportation. Green transportation is started in Europe, in United States, in UK, everywhere, in Japan, in China, and it's the huge market for the energy transition for a green transportation. And we should think about that. This is the only solution, and that needs a huge infrastructure in the Arab world and in all third world country. And after that, the smart cities. The smart cities is the key of the future, because to save the agricultural land and think about the future, how we can build a new cities, sustainable cities, energy cities, totally depend on renewable energy and green hydrogen. You can see about the agricultural land. It's a crime that you can build in the agricultural land, and we should think about in our area. You can see this many dust in our area, and this we should have R&D, many R&D, how to solve the problem of dust, because the cleaning through robotics for the big projects in the Arab world of the investment of photovoltaic may be every week through the soft dust in the region. And this is a problem everywhere in the Arab country. This is, we talk about green hydrogen. It's only can depend on renewable energy to generate green hydrogen. Is the only progress in the investment of renewable energy. And this is what we call energy balance, energy economy and policy. Usually, there is no, when you said economy, with energy and policy, it's the present situation in our region. We should solve the policy to have energy continuity, to have energy storage. Energy storage is a problem. And the two barriers was renewable energy and energy efficiency. And now the new barrier is the twins of green hydrogen and renewable energy. And on the energy policy, we should depend more on energy transition and renewable energy and the green hydrogen, and not to ignore the energy management, which should reach more than 30%. And the continuity of energy, this is why we think one hub, one infrastructure for one grid of the world. We think about one world with one networking, with one electricity grid. We think in the Arab Renewable Energy Commission to have one grid between all Arab countries. And this should solve the problem of energy in the most affected country due to existed instability and bad geopolitical situation in this country. Main factor of energy transition, which is the mean for the energy balance. I don't know, because there is no moderator or one to control the time. I don't know what's the rest of time I have. Okay. I just two slides because I see the next panelist went to, in their eyes, angry. No, just give me 2 minutes and I will finish. And usually I am too much talk man, because I am make this presentation every country in the world. And I should do something to myself to protect myself. I tell a lie. Because my children in my home told their mom, my wife, that's my father always tell a lie, and the other people invite him to be a keynote speaker or to make a presentation. And they think he believe right. And to protect myself, I find this concept. This concept, it's the 9Gs concept. We should think about every country in the world to have a green generation. And this green generation should have a green school. A green school will found a green culture. When we reach the green culture, we'll depend more on a green building and a green energy, a green transition, which is the existed of the smart cities, you see. And after green transportation and green renaissance, will reach green economy and a green government. A green government, for example, in the Arab country will solve a lot of things, because we need the minister not just doing without punishing, to have their own policies. And this is the best solution for smart, for energy, water, and environment, and for the grid, and this will reduce the greenhouse effect. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy my presentation. Now I invite the second panelist, yes? Because some of them are AREC member, Arab Renewable Energy Commission member. Yes, and the floor is yours. Yes.
will. Yeah, 2 is enough. Each one of you have, yeah, one. Is this going to expose to everything and giving all our opinions? Yeah, never mind. We've done it. We came here. We have to I'll speak here.
Speak with us.
I'll speak with this, and then I'll move to you. Thank you, Mohammed, for the very nice and interesting presentation. I can feel your passion, and it is, what is the right word for it? It's a bit frustrating to see that it's empty, but or almost empty. But I want to say thank you very much for those who are here. You're supporting us by your presence, and I do thank you. Our session today, let me introduce myself first. My name is Rita Al-Samani Jansen, and I'm a partner at INS. And my panelist here is Ahmed Sheet from KHA and Adrian Dolan from Green Touches. So what we will talk today about is economic, social governance and how it can successfully be integrated into best practices by companies and organizations, and how it will really create value. The ESG is a set of non-financial performance indicators that can be used not only to focus on the value preservation of a company, but on optimization of that company. According to research published by the University of Oxford, companies with stronger focus on environmental and social issues outperform industry rivals with a weaker or non-existent sustainability agenda. The advantages extend beyond a company's value or stock market performance. Companies that can demonstrate efforts to perform, produce healthier, cleaner, greener, more environmental friendly products, services, and usage of products are beginning to attract more customers and are attracting customers savvy and customers conscious of the environmental impact on our day-to-day life, on our businesses. And for this, we will start with our session on ESG, and I will start with my first questions. Oh, before that, let me ask you, how many of you have implemented ESG in your own companies? Okay, I see one, so a very low percentage of a low audience, which is maybe not a bad thing. So we still have a big way to grow. And I see once you plant a seed, I hope next year we can be here and we can talk about the tree that we planted this year. So I will start with Ahmed, the question to you. Will you kindly explain to us what is ESG and the definition it creates?
This is working, right? Yeah. So as you said, ESG is environmental, social, and governance. I think both of them are self-explanatory, but environmental, it's what can we do to lower greenhouse gases? What can we do to make sure that we're operating sustainably? Social is when we're talking about corporations, what are they doing to make sure that all their stakeholders, employees, customers, suppliers, that everyone is represented and taken care of. And then finally, the G is governance. So what controls are in place and how does a company operate to make sure that there is both responsibilities and oversight over its operation. When it comes to a question of value, I think most of us have a good inclination as to why these things are important and how they generate value. Any company that cares about sustainability or the environment is quickly finding ways to generate financial value. Obviously, if you try to lower your footprint, that helps savings. So with ESG as a framework, it will help companies to think about a lot of the things they spend a lot of money on electricity-wise and leaving a global footprint, because lowering it obviously leads to value. So internally, there's a lot that an ESG framework can help. Externally, we view companies that focus on ESG differently. And thankfully now, it's 2023, so companies that do care about ESG or ESG causes are seen to be of more value. So a ton of studies at this point. It's no longer one or two. A ton of studies would show the amount of return that you'd want from a company that focuses on ESG would be a lot lower than a company that, for example, is in coal mining. You'd want a lot bigger return. You know it's very risky. It's not a good look. So that increases cost of doing business. So there is, thanks to a strong ESG framework, both internal and external value to companies.
Can I interject there for 1 minute, Rita? Just what you're saying about when we were reading the other day, actually, from the FTSE index. Oh, it's working? On the FTSE index, a report, FTSE 100 companies, a recent report from McKinsey, were stating that only around 5% of companies are actually achieving ESG. I'm not taking over your job, Rita, but do you have some information on that might change it?
I think it's sort of, I think some of the previous panels touched on this, where the idea is you might have a low level of participation, but that's to the detriment of companies that haven't joined that 5%. Let's be very honest. If you're a company that doesn't take care of their of ESG or not interested in ESG, you don't usually associate these companies with respectable companies, right? So it's sort of it just shows maturity overall. So that 5% will not stay 5% for too long. Companies know it's just unacceptable at this point. It's not a good look to keep it that way.
Adrian, is there a direct relationship between employee engagement and organizational innovation, and how employees align to drive value and sustainability?
Yeah, definitely. Actually, I was just looking at one of the previous presentations when they were showing Sony, Nokia, and Kodak. They did not drive organizational innovation in the least, and so they were left behind. And then you have companies like Nike, Google for sure, and then even Amazon. Actually, I'm not too sure how they treat their workers, but they're definitely all involved with organizational innovation. They allow their employees to actually dictate what the next innovation will be, and that proves really successful for these companies. Employee engagement is absolutely essential to drive sustainability within the organization, because at the end of the day, your employees are your business, they're your face of your business. If they're ambassadors for sustainability within your company, then your company will show the consumer and all the other stakeholders involved that you know that you need to have sustainability embedded within the organization. It's key. It's key. If you don't have employee engagement, then you're going to be left like a flamingo on one leg, you know.
Yeah. This is why companies where they treat their employees well, they are sustainable in that respect, and people like to work for them. Ahmed, is there an ESG reporting process, and what processes measure impact, and how data is collected in that regard?
Yeah, so that's always been the stereotype when it comes to ESG. How do you measure it? And how do you report it? And how do you disclose it? What is a company that cares about sustainability? Where do you start and how do you move forward? So thankfully, we're in 2023. We no longer have these issues. A lot of work, Rita, has been done to try to find a solid way of disclosure, very easy to follow and comparable means of disclosure across industries and across sectors. For example, the task force for, here we go, so it's the TCFD, so the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, spearheaded by Mr. Bloomberg, really has put a lot of effort to try to find a way to standardize reporting and standardize what companies in certain sectors should look into. So, for example, the easy one is how much greenhouse gas do you release this year? And what is your target for the coming years? Report on that. And then once you report on that, you can then think, well, how much savings will you have if you drop the amount of energy that you consume? It's pretty straightforward. The compensation of your chief executives, how much of their compensation relates to energy targets or environmental or sustainability targets. This is something you can report on. And so they're very widespread, and thankfully what we have right now is what we call the IFRS, so the International Financial Reporting Standards Foundation. And this came out of, I think, COP26 or COP24. Don't quote me on which COP it was, but during one of the more recent COPs, they issued 2 draft exposures that they've released and they are looking to implement by 2025 that provide specific reporting structures and reporting means which all companies have to report if they are listed on international stock exchanges, and that would eliminate this thing where certain people report whatever they want to report. It should be more standardized. So, and this is going to be implemented the next few years. So hopefully not much longer, Rita.
I keep hearing the excuses that the corporates always say it's cost associated. They don't really want to invest in ESG or associated matters because it's costly. But really, on the long run, is it really costly?
Look, we know, that's the excuse. Right? The excuse is always the economy is not doing too good, or it's very expensive, so I'm not gonna focus on it now. I'll push it forward. But again, in the current environment, good luck cutting out investing or caring about ESG reporting. Can you even think about the damage to reputation if a company like Amazon just says, I'm not going to report? We don't live in that world anymore. So companies have to care about it because they will not be taken seriously. I mean, if I tell you a name of a company, Adrian, that you've never heard of and you don't know, but I tell you they're taking care of their ESG framework and they've put a lot of good work, automatically that will give you a sense of comfort. Any company that cares about ESG will probably be a very well-run company. It's, you know what I mean? So it's a badge of...
I'm aware about financing as well, and it has become a condition, especially on the big projects, that ESG is available and is implemented. So we will see more of it in the future. But Adrian, the ESG, well, as you call it, the blind spot, how do privately owned companies and SMEs find this space, and what is the impact on ESG, particularly with respect to supply chain?
I think that for the private companies and SMEs, I think they're going to be forced by the larger companies in order to adopt sustainable measures and ESG within their business strategies, because otherwise, pertaining to their supply chain, otherwise the larger companies won't actually accept them anymore. There's a reporting system in the Netherlands where if and it was first taken on by ABN AMRO, one of the biggest banks in the country, and they said to their suppliers, if you're within 1 year, you're not all on board with our same reporting system standards for sustainability and ESG, then you will not be no longer, supplying us. So I think, private companies and SMEs are going to be forced to change their supply chain. A lot of the private companies and SMEs are already sort of working in sustainability, especially impactful companies. Their CEOs are already, on board with it, so it won't really affect their supply chain. They're already adhering to ESG. It's just that sometimes the reporting mechanisms are not there to make it as easy for them. But I think one of the really important things is not to confuse ESG with sustainability, because ESG is looking more at, the investment. They're looking more at an outside in, whereas sustainability is much more an inside out looking, and where you're really looking at all your sustainability aspects. I mean, I think with ESG now it will become mandatory. I'm hoping it becomes mandatory, because unfortunately that seems to be the only way to move the world onto actually making changes. Because at the end of the day, why are we having all these conversations? We're not trying to make it more expensive, harder for executives, harder for companies. We're doing it for a reason, because we need climate action, and we need it now. It's imperative.
Yeah, thank you. I'm aware you attended COP27 last year in Egypt, and we've all seen the adverse effect of the climate change. We've seen what happened here in Turkey with respect to the earthquake, and Syria. And wherever we look around, we see the effects of climate change. So what do you think that what mandates do you think we will be achieved following the Paris Agreement?
Yeah, I'm a little bit scathing of COPs, if I can be honest. But I do think they're a great way to bring, obviously, countries together. I think there's many more eyes on the COPs now. So the expectations are much higher from countries as well. I think the one good thing that came out of COP27, and it was even, they worked late into the weekend after COP finished, in fact, to get the loss and damage for the small island nations. And this was a real win. It's, albeit maybe 30 years too late for a lot of them, but it's a win. And I think leading on to COP28 this year, it's going to be super important, because we're looking now at a global stocktake from the Paris Agreement that was signed in 2015. And unfortunately, from the 193 countries, I think there's only roughly about 20 that are actually on target for the Paris Agreement target. So this coming COP is just going to be really important. But I'm beginning to think that the world is finally waking up and actually seeing what's happening. I mean, if you just look at the weather forecast, even for the US now, one horrendous tornado after another, California, everywhere. So if you're stupid enough and hiding under a rock, then you can see, don't do anything. But everybody has to step up and start making changes. So I have high hopes for the COP28, actually.
Okay, let's ask about COP28 and see what's Ahmed's view on that. And what do you think with respect to the preparation and actively really contributing, stakeholders contributing to COP28, which will happen in Dubai at the end of the year? So, and where are the challenges and the opportunities? Because with every challenge comes an opportunity for SMEs and other companies.
So look, I have a few views on COP in Dubai. First of all, as Arab Canadian myself, I'm happy it's in the Arab world. Again, I mean, it was in Egypt last time, so it's in Sharm el-Sheikh, and now it's in Dubai. I think it's good that we're hosting it in a hub. So I think Dubai really influences the rest of the region. So I think it's important. It will raise a lot of eyebrows. It'll get a lot of eyeballs on the event. Let's look at the city in which this is being hosted. So Dubai. What was Dubai 25 years ago? What did Dubai look like 30 years ago? A lot can be done in a very short period of time. So I think if COP is going to be held there, and if there's one thing we can tell everyone attending COP is look around. A lot can be done in a very short period of time. So let's get to work. We are not 20 years ago. We're not 15 years ago. We're not even 5 years ago. We have the reporting frameworks, we have the understanding, we know what the problem is, and we know how to fix it. So we should stop talking about theories. We're very much in the realm of doing, and Dubai and the UAE generally is all about doing. So hopefully this brings it across in the event.
Thank you, Ahmed. Adrian, what are your views on holding companies and individuals accountable?
I think you know that one already. I absolutely think companies should be held accountable.
For non-compliance, I must say.
For everything. Yeah, look, for me, I think transparency is key. And that's the only way we can also drive change. If we don't know what we're looking at and what we're trying to measure, well, we can't do it. So when you're looking at the companies when they're talking with their scope 1, 2, and 3, everybody, looks at scope 1 and 2 and yeah, it's manageable. And scope 3, it's kind of like, well, we didn't actually do that. So, transparency is key. And I think if everybody, we don't want to point fingers and say, oh, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. It doesn't matter. Because we're all, as one of the, you were saying earlier, that we're all in this together. It's for the future of humanity. Planet will survive, no doubt, but it's the future of humanity. So it's imperative that we work on it now. I think I've already said that, but yeah. So companies, getting back to your actual question, companies need to be held responsible. Look, I think, a number of years ago, Paul Polman, he was a former Unilever and Nestle CEO, and he writes now about net positive. He talks about countries or companies that are functioning now. If they're not functioning within a sustainable manner, they will not survive, because the millennials, Gen Zs, they're demanding. They're high consumers. They're demanding their rights, and they're right.
Yes, yeah, I think they will make a difference, the future generations. But Ahmed, how do you compare the ESG in Turkey to the rest of the world?
Look, I mean, every country can do more. Is Turkey up to speed with the rest of Europe? Is Turkey up to speed with some of sort of the pockets in the U.S.? I think all of us are not caught up to that. But I think people would be surprised with how much work and effort when it comes to implementing ESG that Turkey has done. The Capital Markets Board has recently ratified and opened up green bonds, the green bonds market. So therefore, that sort of helps specific funding reaching companies that are in the fields that we want them to be in. And as we use that word a lot, also say if we're going to provide funding, a lot more transparency. When it comes to ESG needs to be provided before lending is dished out. A lot of work has been done on making sure that the board is transparent, making sure there's separate committees, clear reporting on what's going on in the companies. So yeah, so I think there's a lot that's being done here that's very admirable in Turkey.
Adrian, In light of the final IPCC report, what are the key points for the Middle East and Turkey? Well, in comparison, and the rest of the world,
yeah,
if you can.
I think so. From the August of 2021, when the sixth IPCC report was introduced, you know, where they had stated now that without a doubt that humans were responsible for the whole of the climate change. And this last report now is the synthesis of that whole report. And now even Antonio Guterres from the UN General Secretary, he's actually talking about if we can now change the narrative from 2050, but we actually kind of look at 2040. So we all really know, we know what needs to be done. The finance is there because there are many people who have proven that the finance is there to make the changes necessary. Yeah, I just think we just need to drive change forward now.
Yeah, well, we definitely need more stringent rules and regulations, laws, in order to enforce it and effectively have companies applying it. It's not just we have a law, we have to ensure that it is applicable. Well, thank you both for a very interesting discussion and insightful one. I would like to emphasize that it's never as important as it is today to look into ESG, look into our environment, look at climate change and how it is going, or how it is affecting our lives, and it is going to affect our universe and our children. The consequences are great in a negative sense, and therefore we have to act now. And ESG is one of the various elements that all of us have to act together in order to support the companies and to enable them to exist, because in the future, if the company is not compliant, then it may not exist. As you said, the younger generation, the customers are savvy and are looking at whether companies are compliant or non-compliant. And I think that is something to look for in the future. Well, before we take this forward, do you have any last words you like to say?
Last surviving words before we float away? Yeah, for me, it's people need to stop looking to governments for solutions, need to stop looking to businesses for solution. Every corporation, every business, every government is made up of people, right? So every individual needs to take responsibility. And everybody can actually make a difference. So each thing that every individual does, there's 8 billion of us. Well, maybe not the little babies and the little kiddies, but we can help them. But each one of us has a responsibility to make this right. And I think we can, one step at a time. You don't have to save the world immediately, like I try to do when I wake up every morning. But one step at a time, I believe we can and must take responsibility for the climate, for the world.
Yeah, I'd echo that. I think it's not necessarily optimism that I have, but we definitely have there's a tidal wave of change that's coming in the pipeline. So sooner or later, it will just become a nomenclature, just a regular discussion, talking about ESG and expecting more from our governments, our businesses, our cities, and the rest of the ecosystem around us.
I am aware that ESG is on the agenda of board meetings, and it is a recurring one, and you would see it regularly from one meeting to another. But probably I would like to say that Turkey has signed the Paris Agreement on climate change and is working towards net zero. I think, Andrea, you mentioned it was 2030. Isn't it? So the future is promising if we all work together and contribute to a better Mother Earth, to a sustainable Mother Earth. And before we conclude, does anyone have any questions for us or for the panelists? But thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Prova. Prova. Ses deneme 1 2 3. Prova 1 2 3 4. Ha oraya. Prova 1 2. Ses prova 1 2 3 4. Prova 1 2 3 4. Prova ses deneme 1 2 3. 1 2 3 prova. Prova 1 2 3. Ses deneme 1 2 3 4. Prova 1 2 3. Prova. Ses deneme 1 2 3 4. Ses deneme 1 2. Ses deneme 1 2 3 4. Prova 1 2. Prova 1 2. Prova prova. Prova 1 2 3 4. Prova. Say A. Prova. Prova. Ses deneme 1 2 3 4. Say A. Hey hey hey hey hey hey.
Hello. Hello. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Maharba. Thank you for having me here in Turkey. Today, I'm going to speak to you about how to guarantee module quality in times of supply uncertainty. My name is Sushil Garamella, and I am from a company called PV Evolution Labs, and we're based in Napa, California. So quickly, we're going to give you an introduction about what we do as a company, and then speak to you about the module testing that we do, and finally, the topic that is of interest to a lot of players in Turkey, which is how to enter the United States market, right? A quick introduction about ourselves. We are an independent lab based in California. What we do is we test the modules, solar modules that we get from various manufacturers from around the world. And what we do is long-term reliability testing. So it's just not certification testing, it's long-term reliability, multiple times of IEC, to ensure that the quality and reliability of the solar panels are in effect in line with the 25 years of promise, or 30 years sometimes, of promise that the manufacturer gives, right? So we're a lab based in Napa, California, and we have an outdoor testing facility in Davis, California. We've been around for the last 12 years. We've been, we've tested more than 50 OEMs and 500 bills of materials. We also provide other services like field services and data services, etc. So we are a part of the Kiva group. Kiva is a very large conglomerate in testing, inspection, and certification based out of the Netherlands. And we're a member company of Kiva. Kiva's been around for a long time, I think about $1 billion worth of revenue. They have multiple businesses within solar, technical advisory, module testing, inverter testing, factory inspection, engineering, etc. We have a representative from Kiva here, Burhanuddin. He's in the crowd here, and he'd be very happy to speak to you for anything related to certification. We sit under the USA element of module testing for the Kiva group. We started in 2012 with two real ideas in mind. Number one was the downstream in the United States, when they wanted to buy solar panels, when they wanted to finance solar panels, they wanted an independent lab to assess whether these solar panels will eventually last for the 25, 30, 35 years as promised. So that was the first reason for our existence. The second is that there are multiple manufacturers from around the world. How do you distinguish whether one solar module is better than the other? And how do you do it in a very, very price competitive market? So these were the two reasons why we started. The number two reason is for manufacturers to set themselves apart by the virtue of quality and reliability in a very crowded market otherwise. So what we have is, the most important thing that we do is the product qualification program. It is a series of tests that we do on a solar module that are far higher than the IEC requirements. And I'm just going to walk you through the program, not in great detail, because this presentation can be shared with you. The very first thing that we do, which is far more than the certification, is we visit the factory. It's a very small font here, you may not be able to see it, but any form of certification testing requires a module to be submitted from the module manufacturer. But in our case, it is, we actually see the manufacturing of the solar module while it's being made, which reduces the golden sample risk, as you may say. So factory witness is the first step. Then we have about 9 tests. And all of these 9 tests, 8 of them are reliability tests that happen in a lab, and 1 of them is a field test that happens outside in a 10-acre plot of PV USA in Davis, California. So let me walk you through a series of tests quickly here. Thermal cycling is when you cycle the solar panel from -40 to +85 degrees Celsius. IEC requirement is only 200 cycles. We do 600 of them. Damp heat is to subject the solar panel to high heat, but also high humidity, so 85% relative humidity. Again, the IEC requirement is 1,000 hours. We do 2,000 hours. Similarly, we have an entire test for backsheet durability. The backsheet at the back of the panel sometimes turns yellow, starts chipping, starts cracking. So this test is to ensure that the backsheet is durable. Then we've got the mechanical stress sequence, which is a heavy load on the solar module or a dynamic load to see whether it can withstand the pressure or not. Finally, we have hail stress sequence. You'd be surprised that in certain parts of the United States, especially Texas, there's a strong hail issue that happens with modules. So hail, we manufacture 50 millimeter hail balls in our lab, and then we hit them with on a gun with to the module to see whether the module will survive or not, right? Then we've got PID, LETID. Finally, we have PAN and IAM. PAN and IAM are important because the entire downstream market globally uses PV Syst as a platform to come up with their estimations of yield. Now, PV Syst has a PAN file that is given by the manufacturer. But here you have a third-party PAN, which helps to have an independent view on things. IAM profile is important because IAM is related to trackers, and trackers become important in utility-scale projects, right? So that's PAN and IAM. And finally, we put these modules in the field, and we let them be there for a year to see how they behave in real-life conditions. So this is what is a product qualification program, PQP. And this program is designed and is updated every few years to simulate the real-life environment of what a module would go through. Now, I'm going to give you a small comparison of why a PQP or a long-term reliability testing is more important, perhaps, to measure the life of an asset than just certification. So a quick assessment here of comparison of what a certification module that passes and what a module that goes through reliability testing, how there is a big difference between them, right? So this is 200 cycles of thermal cycling. Strong results, it passed certification. But when you had 400 cycles, you started seeing a lot more degradation, right? You had a bus bar issue, you had a busing ribbon issue, sorry. This is with damp heat, again, acceptable results. You had no issues in passing the certification, but when you increased it to 2,000 hours, you started seeing a lot of corrosion on the cells. So when you subject the module to a lot of heat, humidity, and adverse conditions, you start seeing how they'd behave in a more field-like environment. This is a mechanical stress sequence where you had just the static load, and the results were fine, no issues. But then again, when you did the full mechanical stress sequence, which is static plus dynamic, you started seeing degradations which are far higher. This is a PID issue. You're all aware of PID issue. Again, at 96 hours, PID passed, but at 192 hours, which is double, the PID did not pass the minimum IEC requirements. What PWEL also does is every year we publish what I call it the Oscars of PWEL, is every year we publish the best performers, and that is called a document called the Module Reliability Scorecard. The Module Reliability Scorecard is launched in every May. I urge you to please join our webinar when we launch it. This document lists the top performers of all our testing across the year, and it becomes a very important tool for manufacturers to use for their visibility and for their marketing and all of that to increase sales. The way we capture a top performer is that on all of the tests except PAN, we have about 6 tests. 5 of them, we have a minimum 2% degradation cutoff on every single test leg. If you're better than 2%, you're already a top performer. If you're not, that's all right, because a lot of the buyers, when they're procuring, they have a 3% or a 5% degradation cutoff. So it should not be a problem. But if you get on the Module Reliability Scorecard, this document is read by about 7,000 people around the world, and people who decide how they're going to plan their module procurement. So that little logo at the top helps you really stand out compared to a lot of other manufacturers in the business, right? I want to spend some time discussing the market entry requirements, because over the last 1 year, what we've noticed is that US is very, very interested, the US market, to buy from other countries outside of China. So there's India, which is where I live. There has been a huge demand for Indian solar modules to be exported to the United States. Similarly, Turkey has at least 25 manufacturers that I know that are growing and are looking forward to selling to the US. So just a few minutes on what are the mature market requirements where Turkish manufacturers would have to focus in the next coming months. The first thing that you will require when you enter the US market or any mature market is what are the bankability requirements. Bankability has 4 parts to it. The last one is the report, which I'll get into on the next slide. These 4 parts are, number 1, the factory audit report. So if you're a Turkish manufacturer and you have a large US buyer, they would want to go and audit your factory. They would want to go see how your processes are, if you're following the right steps, if you have the right manufacturing methodologies in place. So factory audit is very important, and this is also, excuse me, this is also important for pre-dispatch inspection and, before factory acceptance tests. So before a shipment goes to the US, a downstream would come and a downstream would ask you to do the factory audit, would do a factory audit themselves. The next thing is long-term reliability, which is where our work comes into play. So we are an element of the bankability requirements. The next is financial health of your company. Do you have a balance sheet that's strong enough? Do you have history in the US? What are your warranty claim rates, etc.? And finally, they would ask for a bankability report. And the bankability report is a comprehensive document that you can get from a company like DNV or Black & Veatch. And let me get into the details of what a bankability report looks like. A bankability report is a holistic document that captures all your technical and financial assessment. Technical assessment, not the financials. That wasn't the part of your bankability otherwise. So the first thing is you have your technology roadmap, the company background, etc. Second would be the evaluation of your product and performance analysis, etc. The next would be quality and reliability. So here you would have our testing, which would be a very important part if you want to enter a mature market like the United States. Finally, a factory audit. We've already discussed that. Product support. What kind of after-sales service do you have? Do you have any warranty support? Do you have people in the United States and an office there, right? Finally, any installations, if you've done any in the US, some references, perhaps even visits. So with that, I would like to conclude by saying that long-term reliability is becoming very important in today's day and age because the module technology is rapidly evolving. And we are unable to keep pace with the falling costs and the increase in technology development. So it's very important to realize that certification alone is not enough for you to stand out in the market, and long-term reliability is very critical. The second, PQP from PVEL provides an independent assessment of what a solar module would behave like in stressed conditions over a 25-year period, right? So that is incredibly important because the entire downstream is using this information. EPCs, financiers, insurers, developers, they are using this information to make their standards high for quality and reliability. The next thing is the module reliability scorecard. I encourage you to attend our May launch. It's a very important document, not only from a quality perspective, but even as a marketing tool to stand in front of, ahead of a very crowded market. And finally, I have said this enough number of times in the last 2 days, and I want to say it again. Turkey is sitting at the cusp of a very large export opportunity to the United States specifically, but also to Europe and other countries. And this is exactly the right time where we could engage to see how we can bring Turkish manufacturers to enter the US and take them global. So with that, I'll stop. Thank you. That's my email address. If you have any questions on US or quality or reliability, I'm free for questions. Open for questions. Yeah, we'll give you this presentation. Yeah. All right. I guess no questions then. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Say a. Say a. Hey.
Bunu biraz Şu an nasıl? Ses. Ses 1-2 deneme.
Merhaba.
Sizin kısımda oturayım mı? Tamam.
Herkese merhaba. Öncelikle hoş geldiniz.
First of all, welcome to you all. Hopefully, you're enjoying this very exhibition. I do believe that it well addresses our sector, and hopefully, everybody will make good deals at the end of this exhibition. We as Contech will be delivering this presentation to you. Well, you may not know maybe a lot about it. First of all, I will do an intro and then give you necessary information. It was established in 1994 for mostly focusing on engineering solutions. And since it was established in different sectors, especially in engine and automation and contracting, especially when it comes to engine expulsion, it is an expert, but it has got 7 different units. Some of them are energy storage, solar, mostly focusing on the energy sectors. The other one is frequency converter, or else other units that do take care of automation. Well, our presentation here is focusing on battery energy storage technologies, to update you in that respect. Well, we as Contech, we have actually undertaken many new innovations in '98. In Izmir, we set up a new automation company. And then we had a merge, and in 2002 we started being a dealer of ABB, and then we merged all our companies under the roof Contec in 2004. In 2009 we acquired a distributorship of various companies across the world. In 2011 in Adana region we established Mercom in 2013. On the solar side, actually, we did an entrance, we made an entrance, and since 2013, we've established the energy power plants, and in 2018, we wanted to develop a software called Logma in order to manage the energy systems. That in 2020, we have merged all these activities under the roof Contec. Well, actually, we've come here to discuss the battery technologies. Why do we need storage? And what kind of batteries or systems shall we use for storage? Well, approximately 200 years ago it was. We were 1 to the 8. Actually, we had 1 billion population. Now it is 8 billion, 100 years. This actually speed tremendously increases in the 1990s. Energy consumption per capita up till by 2020 has increased by 2-fold. This is a tremendous increase. Energy actually consumption caused a bottleneck, and we destroyed our climate because of fossil fuel usage in order to compensate the high energy consumption. And as energy and water and wind usage increased, this deteriorated our system, which urged us to use different systems. Our systems sometimes come to a bottleneck. Sometimes we had problems in our systems, which actually diverted us to different solutions. And why do we need storage? In a couple of examples, I wanted to share as to why we need to store energy. And I am with Emre, is the business development in our company. We're working in the business development unit. He's going to be delivering a couple of slides, and then I will be taking the floor once again. Hi. I hope I am audible. Can you hear us? Well, welcome to you all. At this very point, just like Çağlar has mentioned, why do we need storage technologies? So first of all, let's have a look at today's situation. 31st of March. 40 thousand megawatts. And wind and solar has shot up to 20. There are two different kinds of projections. First one is Shura's report, and the other one is the report of the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources. This is the carbon neutral journey of 2053. And as per years, you see the renewable energy resources and variable energy, renewable energy resources projection. We're talking about solar and wind in that respect. I mean, the production profile is variable. It is not stable. The other one is biogas and hydroelectric centrals, power plants and geothermal power plants, which do have a more foreseeable energy production because there is a continuous source. In 2035, by 2053, in this green curve, the variable energy resources will increase. And when we look at the distribution all the way up to 2053, the orange one, which is ever growing, is sun, and the light green is like terrestrial or else offshore or else onshore wind. And as you see, by 2053, it is increasing like a tremendous percentage, which is equivalent to 73. I mean, 77% of the energy that we generate is going to be compensated by solar and wind. Around about 6 in the evening, radiation finishes. The sun sets. We won't be able to tap into solar, but instead we have to add a resource. Either we're going to depending on the conventional power plants, either you will have to have nuclear energy, just like most European countries tap into, or else during the day, the excessive energy that you generate from solar and wind, you have to store them. And in this respect, 2053, when we look at our projections in that respect, we see that in 2030, coal will come to an end, 29 gigawatt solar and 23 wind. And by 2053, we see that a 30 gigawatt batteries capacity and 120 gigawatt per hour battery storage capacity is what we're going to be enjoying. When we include here hydrogen and pumped pumps, still the biggest share will be on battery. And here the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources has got this action plan for 2035. And having a look at it, in 2035, the biggest share will be for solar and wind, 74.3% for this system. And the system, this interruption is going to cause a problem, because as we see from power system analysis, the electrical engineers are familiar with this. Each load that is out of the system causes fluctuation, which is called load damping. And because of this fluctuation, I mean, the higher the magnitude is, as a compensation, in order to recover the system, the installed energy capacity has to increase. And in this respect, the Ministry of Energy for 2035 will have a 7.5 gigawatt of capacity. I mean, this is a power capacity. On the energy side, we have to expect more. And here, this is the inertia problem that is generated by hydraulic power plants. Inertia, as you see, as they increase, the orange curve becomes more fluctuating. And in this respect, for up till 2053, the values that we're going to reach in order to compensate that load, or else in order to, in regards to its fluctuations, is going to put our network at stake. So in natural action, in our national action plan, or else in the institutions' reports, we see the problems. And in this respect, Turkey's battery storage technology of Turkey, when we have a look at its history, in 2005, we had actually passed a law in order for this renewable energy resources to be used. In 2013, renewable energy resources supporting mechanism came into scene. Unlicensed electricity generation actually materialized. Uncontracted procurement was actually tailored, and the licensing system was revised. And in 2014, an action plan was issued, and in 2015, Turkey interconnected grid collapsed. For about a day, 70 million people lost power, was out of power. And then we understood that this kind of blackouts in the system, against them, we have to establish an auxiliary services market. And in this auxiliary services came into scene in 2017, which has been actively used across the world, especially in island countries like the UK, that cannot actually tap into meridian difference, and that cannot do buy and sell with the vicinity countries. They tap into this. In 2019, storage facilities which is called electricity storage, which is an appropriate terminology because when you say energy storing, there is mechanic hydrogen and heat kind of constitutes also are included. But we carry on with battery. It's because it has got fast reaction period. In 2020, the electricity storage regulation, the battery storage systems in the primary frequency it is 300 to 350 megawatts, but in the secondary it is up to 2000 megawatt hours. And here everything is ready to be implemented on battery. Well, and as an income of the projections that I have mentioned, there is this storage gas legislation which came into force in November 2019 together with the world proactively. Actually, we are becoming active. We've taken our precautions because if we're going to include these, then we should also have a concern and a purpose to make these as base loads. And battery storage technologies have entered our market. So this legislation, what are the income? The gainings, the legislation here says that if you are going to do a have an investment, the upper limit was going to be 250 megawatts. And this is the solar energy power plant and wind power plant. You have the chance to become an investor as to this legislation. And in the second article, if you've got currently a solar or else wind in a power plant, your capacity is high, and by 23, if there are power plants that would remain on dollar rectum, if without doing a new power plant investment in the same site, if you establish a storage facility, depending on its inventory load, you have got the chance to increase your electricity capacity and do sales accordingly based on that capacity. In wind power plants, the capacity is high and they are paying the forestry usage cost, whereas in terms of imbalances, they pay the punishment. So the storage here has become a really good option. And with solar power plants, if the DC-AC is high, the peak shaving opportunity is what you can enjoy from now on. Of course, the electricity storage inventors, by adding a small capacity, like just like we've had in the first unlicensed electricity generation, 1 megawatt inverter or else 10 megawatt inverter, 1 megawatt hour system equal 10 megawatt license. In order not to do that, certain limitations were brought. Megawatt hour divided by megawatt electricity. Minimum it should remain as 10 megawatt inverters powers. You have a storage, and then 10 megawatt hour battery capacity is what you have to include. And the fourth article is for the solar energy power plant, the limit is 2 DC divided by EC. And this is something that we do not frequently encounter anyways. And as the fifth article, about the storage facility, without actually commissioning the storage capacity, we cannot commission the main resource, which is, first of all, we establish the solar energy power plant, and then you cannot start selling. First of all, the storage facility has to be commissioned, and then the solar power plant has to be, and then so that you can do sales. And an individual storage facility is what you could be applying for. And once you have applied, if they apply within 90 days, 500 megawatt is the limit, of course, here. they have got the chance to switch to stored solar and wind power plants. Of course, they have to be, these applications have to be made by companies, and a minimum capital has also been specified, and the pre-licensing is going to be a prerequisite. And so what about applications? Well, it is really simple, this chart here. The most important is that currently 196 gigawatts is what we have, which is our installed capacity is around about 104, 105, almost the double. So these applications are evaluated based on their application order. There is huge numbers of applications. First of all, TEIH is going to do the necessary evaluation, and then Energy Works General Directorate is going to do the evaluation, and the power plant sites. If there is a non-compliance, then the Energy Works General Directorate could ask for a revision. This is how the pre-licensing journey starts. If this hadn't been for the earthquake that we had encountered, this process could have been faster. One of the most important topics is this new storage as solar and wind power plant. How is the connection like? It is going to be like AC coupling. One of the purposes here is the measurement cell at the top and bottom. The authority wants us to compare the two, which is the energy that we get from the grid without storing it again. We are not allowed to give it to the grid. First of all, it has to go through storage, and one of the advantages of this connection is that at the same time we can store excessive generation, and then as we cannot charge and discharge at the same time, AC coupling has this advantage. It is in exchange with the grid, and if you want to engage in energy arbitrage, you can do that with AC coupling. Currently, that is how the connection is, and DC coupling is technically possible, but here this is what is possible. So in regards to battery storage technology, while developing a system, while working on a project, there are certain concepts, because this topic globally actually is something that is discussed in battery technologies. Lithium-ion technology is what we are dependent 80% to China in cathode materials, anode materials. China is the biggest operator. It's not one of the top 5 lithium-rich countries, but in terms of processing operation, we are dependent on China by 80%. And battery energy storage system is one of the terminology that we are dependent. The abbreviation is BS, and ESS abbreviation is also what we hear. But energy storage has got a wider scope, and moreover, depth of discharge. And here, this is a concept that is brought along by lithium-ion. Technically, this is not desired. It impacts the battery life and depth of discharge, which is like 90%, 80%. And apart from that, SOG and SolarEX concepts. SOG is the charging situation level as to the percentage of charging. With lithium-ion technology, for 20 years it's in our lives with our mobile phones, and the charge that is written on the screen of our mobile is SOG. SolarEX is different. SolarEX is these batteries do have a degradation problem. From cathode to anode, there is a flow. In anode, there is, because of plating, degradation takes place. I mean, the battery's usage capacity in a controlled manner decreases. This goes the same with solar panels. We've got the same technology. SolarEX is the battery's remaining energy capacity, and the lithium-ion produce generators, 60% is their lower threshold, and BMS and EMS are important software systems because these controlize battery systems. Temperature is around about 20-25 degrees, or else battery is maximum 55 degrees. Heating it up is important because in a lithium ion, once a fire starts, there is thermal runaway until the lithium actually mine finishes actually. And that's why BMS is really important. Spontaneously the battery voltage current data is obtained and is diverted to main BMS. And EMS, what it does is that this incoming data with fire extinguishing and air conditioning, it's like a SCADA, it's like an interface, the brain of the system. And this battery storage technology, there is also PCS, DC-AC, because it's a two-way continuously. We have to do this inversion. And when it comes to solar, as we are familiar, there's LCOX concept. LCOA is energy, S is storage, SS is solar and storage. Kilowatt hour cost, which is. In EPC projects, we can see these concepts. Of course, these systems have got efficiency. All energy storage systems have got a certain efficiency. Lithium ion, it is between 80 to 90% currently. Hydrogen, for instance, is around about 40-50%. DC exit and DC exit and AC exit. Based on the equipment that we use, there is a loss there, which is really important. CREC is another one. This is the charge and this recharge. Do you charge fast or slow? For instance, EVs, sometimes we may need to do fast charging because of the system. The batteries are pressurized more. This is the minimum one that is stipulated by the legislation, beginning and end of life concepts. The degradation, because of the degradations, the battery storage technologies that we establish, megawatt hours rate does not remain the same. For that reason, the capacity that you establish in the very first place, you call the beginning of life, and then the energy quantity that you have, it's end of life. And this is the C rate battery life impact. 0.2 is a kind of a slow energy charging or discharging between 5 hours. 1 C rate, half an hour. 1 C rate, 2 hours. This goes up to 10 C rate. And C rate in EV continuously increases. So for that reason, EV batteries, when they actually do have an efficiency of 80%, they come to their end of life. The container storage systems, 1 C rate producers, they give 15 years of guarantee as of today. On an exemplary system, 10 megawatt hours usable capacity, efficiency and design capacity. This degradation percentage, as you see, at the end of year 15, you see its impact on the capacity. And when this system was used, this is the system that was established by running it 1 cycle per year. The first year is 10 megawatts electricity in winter and 10 megawatt hour capacity. If you do not intervene the system, at year 5 it goes down to 8.24. So that's why you don't meet minimum 1, because megawatt hour divided by megawatts should be minimum 1 according to the legislation. And in this respect, there isn't a specific time, like with Annex 18, for instance, we're going to be seeing a specification in storage, but the current given data requires us to achieve at least 1. So, of course, this is the written version of what I do. And in this respect, these systems inventor power, when you do not deem it,
Eğitinizde birin üstüne çıkıyor anlamı.
C rate goes over 1.
Sistemi daha sonra optimize etmeden devam ederseniz
The system that you found, unless you optimize at 10 megawatt electricity compared to it's 10-year process, we'll have some shrinkages. So batteries will not last long in this case. They will go down to this age level easier, and this is out of guarantee according to the producers. I'll give the floor to Mr. Çağlar, my pioneer. I'd like to thank you so much for your patience.
Evet, şimdi arkadaşımız Emre bize
Emre talked about the necessity of storage and also the things that should be considered. And as you can understand, storing can have different ways. It could be mechanic or electrical, electrochemical, and there could be a lot of different storage systems. For instance, with a mechanism, you can have a storage for the dam water. You can transfer it, or when there is high demand, you can change it. You can run the operators at turbines. So there are different ways of storage. But in Turkey and in the world, the highly discussed one is the batteries. So in the batteries, or let's say on the electrochemical and batteries, on the electrical storage systems, there are different techniques, like different batteries, different systems, supercapacitors, and there are many ways different chemicals can come together. You can couple them, but mostly used ones are the ambient temperature batteries, lithium ion, as you all know. You all know it. You are familiar them to your vacuum cleaners or mobile phones. Lithium ions can work easily in the ambient temperature. They are much more efficient compared to other systems. And on the lithium ion, so we see two different ways, two different methods. One is lithium iron phosphate, and the other one is nickel, magnesium, cobalt, NMC batteries. And NMC and lithium PLs, so there are some differences. So their usage areas can differ. So lithium ion battery type can include anode and cathode, as you all know. So the material of cathode is lithium phosphate, lithium titan, or lithium other versions. And because of this current in between, you can store your energy, as Emre has mentioned. On the anode side, because of this accumulation on the cathode side, there could be degradation. So on the lithium-ion batteries, when we have a look at this comparison, because there are differences, LFP is the most used ones. On the right corner you can see, and on the left bottom side you can see NMCs. So lithium-ion batteries, other types, are not cost-effective, and they do not they do not work in different conditions. That's why they do give some disadvantages to us: lithium iron phosphate and NMC. So NMC batteries, like it has been mentioned by Emre, it requires high sea levels, and you can charge and discharge them easily on the cars. It's used in mobilizations, but lithium iron phosphate is much more stationary. So here you can see some of the differences. Lithium iron phosphate, LFP, is used for more stationary systems. It's much more feasible, more economic. But on the NMC, nickel, magnesium, and cobalt, because of the cobalt material is very scarce in the world, and it could be found in very different conditions, difficult conditions, and it's not very cost advantageous, and it requires high sea levels. That's why on the battery storage system, NMC does MNC is not very much chosen. So what do we do with LFP? With this lithium iron phosphate, we can use them on the licensed electrical power plants. We're going to be using them in some conditions, and I'll be talking about this in this integrating systems for the wind and solar power plants. We can use them on the EV charger systems. When there's no energy, we can use them on the vehicles for storage, and on the consumption facilities, on the integrated facilities, we can use them as backup spare systems on the blackouts or on the power transfers. So lithium iron phosphate energy storages, there are different ways of use, like on the energy resource and demand management, and on the arbitrage or on the supply capacity control. We can utilize LFPs. When there is too much demand and need, it's easier to sell LFP. We can provide arbitrage, and auxiliary services are very important. As of 2011, on the legislation, it has been mentioned in the legislation, frequency regulation, voltage control. We can use LFP for that purpose. And on the primary and secondary frequency, without using reserve capacity, we can store LFP, and with whole source we can be included in the system thanks to LFPs. And on the transmission infrastructure services, we can make some enhancements, because you can think of it as this. When you divide Turkey into two, right side is the Eastern Anatolian side and Central Anatolia. On the left side, we can see Aegean region. So where there is higher power plants are located on the right side, but the consumption goes to the left side. So on Istanbul and Marmara region, there is high consumption. So there is always transmission from right to left. And the transmission affects the frequency of the system. It distorts the transmission of the system. On the control of the system, storage is very much useful. And in the future, in Turkey, it's going to be initiated as well. We have some summer housing places. So sometimes you have to make more investments on the summer places so that demand could be met, but in the winter times it's not much very demanding. For that reason, you can make some enhancements and storages, and you can have peak shaving, also load shifting, and maybe your license is issued for lower levels and your energy could be higher. So on the higher side, you can make storages, and when it is needed, you can sell what you have. And it could be also used for microgrids and transportation. With a microgrid system, you can recover your systems. So there are a lot of possibilities. And in this slide, you can see two different techniques, behind the meter and front the meter. So here I mentioned some methods. It is related to the place of where these methodologies are applied. It could be behind the meter or front the meter. So let's say you are a producer of an energy source, and on the energy source you can use it, but let's say you are a consumer, you can use it on the consumption side. So this is where the energy is used, behind the meter or front the meter. I mentioned the auxiliary services sector beforehand, side sectors, by-side sectors, and this is very important for us as well. So in the system, sometimes there are frequency losses that majority of us do not feel. Sometimes there are sudden load changes, or there could be some failures in a system. We are a long country, so in the middle, let's say, there could be differences in the resource and the consuming loads. There could be frequency losses. So you have to have a certain reserved amount from your capacity. It's like a fine-tuning. This is stipulated in the legislation. So there's a certain amount that is kept as a reserve in your energy system. You can't be on the trading with this part. But if you make storing, then you can be on the full trading, and you can make frequency tuning with the storing. And on a daily market, on the primary side, you can be included in the system. And Emre has mentioned power in the primary frequency is about 300 megawatts, but on the secondary it's about 3,000 megawatts. And with the storage systems, you can be much more comfortable, because reactions are not something So from charge to discharge, you can reach up to 100%. And you don't feel it on your side, but these losses could easily be compensated. I'll skip some slides, but this is primary frequency. So in April, this was seen, and on the green, you can find the storing capacity graph. It was 22nd of April, I guess. So entries and exits on a daily basis leads extra filling on your batteries. So this is also filling your batteries, and on the arbitrage you can utilize them later on. And this is primary frequency inclusion. When you are included in this system, you can also sell what you have. As I've shared before, and you can have peak shaving. Your power plant's power is higher in some conditions, especially during windy times, when the irradiation is at the peak level. You have to decrease the exceeding energy, surplus energy, but here you can have peak shaving, and you can contribute this energy to the trading. And you can also use it as a backup system. You can start as a black start, and you can merge your systems with storage or solar, and it could be on a closed circle if you want. So storage systems analysis in the world, here you can see this is all about frequency regulation, and in the world, as you know, storage systems are newly coming into our lives. We don't have any storing capacity on the legislation or on the solar and wind. We don't have this integrated storages, but here you can see 46% is on this storing, and majority of it comes from lithium ion. We have sodium, sulfur, and some other types like NMCs, but most of the world is switching into LFP because technology changes and chemicals do change. Maybe we can talk about sodium or magnesium batteries in the future as well. And so in a nutshell, this is all, but we have this visual. This is a storing visual made out of battery. I'd like to show it to you. And you can see our batteries. Maybe you have seen them beforehand. It's like a prismatic battery, or it's like normal cell batteries. So we create a module out of them. Then there's rack, there's this container, as you can see. This container should be heated, and it should be cooled down sometimes, because batteries should be kept at 20-25 degrees of Celsius. You can see HVAC system, HVAC system, but based on the series of the batteries that you choose, if it is heating too much, it could be with liquid cooling as well, thermal cooling as well, because of the higher temperature hours. Liquid cooling systems are much more preferred in the world, and since it's easily flammable, so you should have a fire suppression system to put off the fire. NOVEC systems, FM200 should be used. You have to stop the fire. You have to stop it, otherwise it will lead fire in all the other systems. So there is also fire protection unit, and this unit is responsible of turning on and off the system when there is a failure on the system. EMS system, BMS system, they're IOCs of the system. So it's at a container shape. Containers could be linked to one another, and you can reach up to hundreds of hours of megawatt. And as I've stated before, and with the liquid thermal cooling, it could be even higher than what we normally do. You can see battery cells. They are parallel and serial way linked, and the desired tension level could be reached. Battery cells, container, EMS, BMS systems, these are control systems, and PCS, power conversion part. And in order to reach up to the tension level, it could be 400 as well. But if it is 3.6 or 10 kilowatts or 11 kilowatts, it requires a transformator as well, transformers. And you should have MV cutters, interrupters, and it should have some grounding facilities as well. You can see inside a battery pack there is this racks which is liquid cooling systems. These modules are placed on the racks, and it's a battery pack system in this design. Of course, this is just an example so you can remember later on. So this is how it is seen. They could be walking or non-walking. So on the non-walking, batteries could be opened outside, and no one can walk inside. On the walking, a person, a human being can go inside, and you can make the design as well. So 3.386 megawatts battery container example is on this scene. So it's approximately 20 inches. You can see the dimension, and this is just behind the trucks, big vehicles, just to have the standardization. This is how it is seen on the top, battery clusters. You can see DC battery systems, electric control cabinets, and fire suppression, firefighting system, so that you can smoother the fire. Thermal management system, as you can see, there's a walking area in the middle or outside. Battery clusters could be taken outside, and you can serve them through these doors. And on the battery management system, on the EMS system, they can also communicate it through CAN bus or some other communication systems. Everything could be controlled here. Too much data could be processed here because tension and temperature information comes from each and every module from this battery pack, as you can see on the screen, and also system in each and every point can control the current and heat, so that each and every battery should age in the same way. They are either charged or discharged. When there comes a problem, in order to equalize everything, EMS and BMS softwares are run. Yes, for battery storing, this is all we would like to say. We would like to give you a short video as well. Let's watch it together if you wish, so that we could see what we are doing in terms of battery storages. And later on, if you have questions, I'll be happy to answer your questions. Thank you so much for listening to us and watching our video. So on the video, you can see different versions of the battery usages. Thank you so much. We're in the 8th hall, number 12. If you have questions, you can visit our booth, or else you can ask your questions here. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. There's a question, but since the speaker is not using the mic, it's inaudible. Well, there's a question about electric cars. Yes, there are a lot of studies going on, and the way that they are used is changeable, and the charging situation depends on how you use it, because C rate and fast charging and discharging, temperature, position, they are changing the way that you use an electric car. That's why I can't give you a certain number. On the stationary system, it's up to 70% with 2% degradation, but when it's about 80% SOH, then system loses its efficiency. And it's like your mobile phone. After a certain while, you can use your phone, but there is this 80% of lifetime. So rather than giving it certain time period, giving this percentage much more rational. Thank you so much.
How does that work? So just the arrow, yeah? Okay, awesome. Got it. Should I kick off? Yeah? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you.
Çok teşekkürler bugünkü toplantıda bulunduğunuz için. Bugün sizin aranızda Dubai'den bulunuyorum. Biraz size güneş ışığı getirdiğimi umut ediyorum. Ve de çok teşekkürler buraya geldiğiniz için, katıldığınız için. Öncelikli olarak konuşmaya başlamadan önce sizlere aslında kendinizi tanıtmak istiyorum. Bir yayınımız var Orta Doğu.
Is the only non-for-profit and largest association in the Middle East. The way we work is it's a membership-based association, which is also a marketing and content collaboration platform for our members that are local, regional, and international companies. Messia acts as a brand and activation partner for its members. We have about 80 members from all over the world, and we have a reach of about 84,000 people in the solar industry. So we have a lot of the really famous, a lot of the very big manufacturers, but that are our partners. You will see some of the very well-known brands here, like Huawei, Aqua Power, and SunGrow. In 2022, after 2 years of very difficult time, we finally kicked a year of growth with 20 new members across manufacturing and project development segments as a majority, and 70% developers active in the C&I sector. This is basically our reach that goes across various social media platforms and some of our partners that we work with. We work we organize and partner with conferences and exhibition, online networking platforms. That just scared me. Industry reports and research. We work on business missions, webinars and workshops, and obviously our membership directory. So these are all of the different areas that we work with our members on. Sorry. I need to remember to do this. Okay. So we organize about 10 events a year. We do the Messia Solar Awards, and I want to invite everyone here who offers solution or products to enter our awards. It's an independent award ceremony with independent jury panels every year. We do 10 events, and we work with, for example, SolarEX, but about 35 events throughout the course of the year across the Middle East and across the region. So here are some of the events that we work with. So you can see SolarEX here. We are also working on a trade mission in Saudi that is going to be taking place on the 7th and 8th of June. That is a Messia event. But we work with a lot of different shows throughout the course of the year. These are some of the publications that we do, again, that are putting a spotlight on our members. With interviews, we publish local company news, corporate announcements, and a newsletter. So one of our main publications, and probably the most relevant, is our annual report, which was just published in its 11th edition at the World Future Energy Summit. This report covers 15 countries, Turkey being included for this year, along with Algeria, the KSA, the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, Egypt, etc., etc. And in every edition, we look at what are the key topics that are influencing the industry, but also which countries have made the most progress throughout the course of a year. So these are some of the topics that you will find in the Solar Outlook report for this year. We looked at the Conference of the Parties, COP27 and COP28, which is coming up in Dubai. We looked at carbon credits, green hydrogen, energy efficiency, etc., etc. You can also find out about the influence of solar in crypto mining, which is becoming an upcoming topic of conversation. but also some highlights in the MENA solar market. So today, the report is over 100 pages, so I will not present the whole thing to you, but we will go through some of the highlights for the key countries. So I identified, we looked at where are the opportunities for the region, right? So right now, if you look at all the different forecasts, you're looking at around over 250 gigawatt of PV capacity by 2050. This could account for about 43% of the region's power generation mix. The growth is driven by various factors, and we are going to be looking at which factors are influencing this growth within each of these countries that we will be looking at today. So I put the focus on Algeria, Egypt, Jordan, UAE, Morocco, and KSA. They are very important driving force towards that growth that are a mix between government, but also target goals for sustainability within each of these countries. So we're going to start today with a focus on Algeria. So Algeria has a very aggressive renewable energy target, which is at around 50,000 megawatt, considering that as of today, they are looking at 4.38. They are moving steadily towards achieving this goal, but obviously have a long way to go in order for them to reach a renewable energy share of about 35% by 2035. So in 2021, they were only looking at about 12 megawatts of solar added, but there was a very steady increase of 59 megawatts in 2022. There is an initiative which is called the 1,000 megawatt solar, which is an aggressive strategy launched by the government in order for them to get them up to this renewable energy target. A new PV module factory has opened in Algeria with an annual capacity of 200 megawatt, which should help support the local production of the solar panels. But they are looking at some they are important obstacles to the growth of Algeria to achieve these aggressive targets. Low fossil fuel costs being number one. Although the targets are very aggressive, the plans that have been presented so far by the Algerian government to reach this 1,000 megawatts need to be fine-tuned. And there is also an important investment in human research and development and infrastructure that are required in order for them to reach these goals. If you want to look at this in detail again, all of these countries are accessible in the report. The next the next market that is looked upon as an important market for the region is Egypt. So in COP27 happened last year in Egypt, in Sharm el-Sheikh, which had a very important effect on the country and some of the renewable energy initiatives that are happening. We called it the COP27 RE effect, with 16 agreements with international, regional, and local consortiums, adding 55 gigawatt to its solar and wind production, to its wind and power production. There was also an agreement with the IFC and the World Bank, which approved a financial deal for Dubai's AMEA Power that will build and operate something called Abedos, which is a 560 megawatt facility in the Aswan province. This will be mixed with wind energy power as well. Egypt has an excellent, has the capacity of becoming the next big market in the Middle East. There has been some steady increase in the share of renewable energy of 8.7 gigawatts in 2019 and 20, between 2019 and 2020, and 10.2 gigawatts between 2020 and 2021. So it's a it's over 17% increase. They have also a very strong positioning in the Suez Canal to help and support the energy production and the energy requirements of Europe. Unfortunately, there are some challenges as well in Egypt. There are important investment required in the grid infrastructure that will enable the integration of solar energy, which right now, which haven't yet been delivered. What happened? Okay. There is a, was that meant supposed to happen? Oh? Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, that's nice. I don't know if it's nice, actually. Sorry about that. I can't see anything. We're going to go with the flow. Okay. There is a need for greater regulatory certainty and consistency from the government, which is always a little bit of a challenge, and important investments that are going to be poured, that are going to need to be poured into the Egyptian economy in order to reach these renewable energy targets. I mean, when you look at those numbers, which are, 14% of electricity generation by renewable energy today, and 2035, which doesn't seem so far away, they will need to reach 50%. There is a very big gap there. There is a scarcity of land because of the production local requirements for agriculture in Egypt, but also technological and workforce development that are going to need to be required. I will then move to another country that has been highlighted as a growing renewable energy market for the region, which is Jordan. Much smaller than some of the ones that we already discussed. However, it's rapidly advancing. So they are looking at around 30%. I think what makes Jordan particular is maybe because of its size, or maybe thanks to its size. They've actually reached some important renewable energy targets already, with around 30% of the electricity being generated already through renewable energy, which is a mixture. It's a mixture of renewable energy sources. They are looking at around now, so again, 50% by 2030, and the capacity as it stands right now is at 2.5. What's made the recent progress in Jordan important was achieved through the installation of more than 52,000 renewable energy systems using wheeling and net metering system. There's been an introduction of a new solar, there is an introduction of an energy storage legislation this year, which is going to really help in pushing the renewable energy targets, in reaching the renewable energy targets. The storage requirements in Jordan are really important because, unlike the UAE, for example, where solar exposures, the sun exposure is really strong, there's a lot of changes and downtime, so storage is an absolute requirement for Jordan to reach this target of 50%. There is an agreement in place right now to establish projects with a capacity of more than just one megawatt. So the challenges are pertaining to meeting this requirement because of investments in Jordan at the moment, and strengthen and improve the capacity and the stability of the grid is extremely important. And finally, as it is also very redundant throughout the countries, various countries in the Middle East, there is an important human capital investment that is required, and training, so that their forces are actually, their workforce is capable to maintain these systems. The next big market in the region is Saudi. So all of you here might be aware that, I mean, there's so many different projects happening in the kingdom at the moment. Also a very assertive target of 50% of renewable energy by 2030. They are now looking at 9.5 gigawatts, which will be achieved this year, and 58.7 gigawatt by 2030. There's been a consequent increase in solar PV between from last year to about 2027, with 10 gigawatt of capacity. That is the expected. And there's been a lot of progress being made because of the implementation of different business models in KSA. So these models are, let me just go into my notes. So these changes are going to be allowing for the private sector participation law, allowing developers to sell directly to their customers. And the regulatory change is expected to facilitate the growth of future corporate PPA projects. There is still, unfortunately, an important competition with fossil fuel, with the price of oil being so low in the region. And there is a change of mentality, an important change of mentality that will need to happen at the consumer level, and a better education. The adoption of net billing system by consumers is one of those. The distributed market is currently being challenged, and improvement in legislation is going to be required. That is also applicable to the UAE market. However, there are very big opportunities for the solar PV market, with 40 gigawatts coming from solar energy, hopefully by 2030. So there are many opportunities right now in the Kingdom of Saudi. So the last of two markets, there are two important countries to look at, one of them being Morocco, before ending with the UAE. So Morocco has been working on its renewable energy targets for quite some time now. They've achieved 830 megawatts in 2022 coming from renewable energy, with over 50% of capacity by 2030. There is a 260 megawatt of capacity that will be added through the Noor Atlas solar farm. There are 7 sites based in eastern and southern Morocco. A project called X-Links, it's a 20 billion project that combines wind and solar, wind production being very important for Morocco. That is also positioned for European export of energy. You probably are very aware of its capacity as well when it comes to green hydrogen production and the export of hydrogen from Morocco. There are needs to strengthen and improve, again, the capacity and stability of the grid for Morocco to reach some of these targets. And there is a land scarcity and some environmental challenges due to the importance of agriculture and the agricultural needs of Morocco. I will finish now with the United Arab Emirates, with just a really quick at a glance. So the UAE, again, is looking at over 50% of renewable energy target by 2030. It reached a cumulative capacity of 830 megawatts in 2022. There are enormous projects happening in the UAE at the moment. Sorry. I'm like, wait, I've just gone through those numbers. Right, 3.5 gigawatt by the end of 2022, correct. So the goal of producing 50% of its electricity from clean energy by 2050 is going to require a mix of renewable energy sources. But solar is positioned as being the leading, and the utility scale market in the UAE is extremely important. COP28 is coming to Dubai in November, which we hope is going to help to enable some of these projects that have long been discussed. However, there is a lack of regulation for the distributed generation market in the UAE outside of Dubai, which is currently taking the lead. The DG market is in need of support and some legislation to really get it moving. There is a limited domestic supply chain and local content efforts to try to really develop the renewable energy market. But there are projects such as the Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Solar Park, which aims to generate 5,000 megawatts of electricity by 2030. So the UAE really has been tapped. I mean, it's been a really fast-moving market. It's been tapped to be even further moving. But I think there are still some issues with properly supporting the CNI and residential sectors. So in conclusion, these are just some of the those were 5 highlighted countries. Again, in the report, you will find about 15 of these analyses for various countries throughout the region. There are ambitious targets coming from governments. These targets are obviously requiring important investment that go not just across financial, but also training and educational. They are requirement to support the distributed solar market, and that is probably throughout the entire region, and the labor skill requirements that also will allow for this growth of sustainability. Infrastructure is a recurring theme when it comes to opportunities. There is a lot of investment required in the grid in order to achieve some of these targets. But on the upside, the region is perfectly positioned for energy export to European countries that we expect to look at in the next coming years. So if you are interested in having a look of over 100 pages of analysis for the UAE, you can download right now this report. You can just, you know, if you scan this right now, you will have access to the entire 100 reports for free that you can also access on the MESIA website. Thank you so much.
ileri geri mi hareket ediyorsun? Nereye doğru?
Şuradaki ekrandan takip edeceksiniz siz. Evet.
Deneme. Evet. Değerli katılımcılar, hoş geldiniz. Sesim duyulabiliyor mu? Net mi? Okey. Bugün size birazcık böyle rahat anlaşılabilecek şekilde güneş enerjisi sektöründeki fotovoltaik panellerin
Well, in this session, I'll talk about photovoltaic panels and their importance. Without further ado, I can start. The company name is Pekintaş. Pekintaş was founded in 2013. It's a merger of Pekintaş Group and Schmitz Group. Well, it is a company that is working in the photovoltaic area. We're one of the oldest companies. Pekintaş actually is a company of 7 years. However, Schmitz Group is dating back to 150 years. So the combined experience of the two companies is more than 200 years. So here you would see our activities worldwide.
bir kenara bırakacak olursak,
Leaving our research studies aside, we are weak in that respect, but all across the world, both in terms of production and activities, our offices and our our dealers, and Ankara and Istanbul are our main cities, you know. Just in the middle there is Düzce, and we have got a generation there in Ankara, Istanbul, İzmir, Gaziantep, Urfa. We've got various generation facilities and our affiliates. Pekintaş Group has its main philosophy industrial production, isolation and energy efficient products, photovoltaic panel production and project development, and solar energy, and also modular structures and container production are our business lines. Talking about solar, our topic is energy, solar energy. So in this respect, what is the situation of solar energy in our country and across Europe? As the color darkens, the efficiency of solar increases, and when it lessens, the solar energy decreases as well. All across European countries, including Spain, they don't have the efficiency of Turkey. Going down to Africa, we see that the map becomes a bit darker. Again, the efficiency is really high because in the desert climate, because of sanding, the efficiency really decreases. And also, heat is not solar energy friendly, but it is an enemy of it. So irradiation is important, and we tap into irradiation in order to generate solar energy. The higher the heat is, the energy is generated. So people think, but this is not right. So an optimum climate is what we have in our country. Only in the eastern northern part of our country, because of high precipitation, the relative generation is a bit lower. Apart from that, the rest of our country is really prominent when it comes to solar energy means. So now I would like to utter some striking figures. The installed solar energy capacity in our country is 10,000 megawatts. The Germany that you see, which is really green, it is 65 gigawatts, 65,000 megawatts, which is the installed solar energy capacity. It is not the contrary. And you see how huge the potential is and how a long way we've got to go. So in this respect, in Europe, in what countries, what's the installation like? Let me just briefly show you that as well. China has got the highest installation, 300 gigawatts, which is followed by United States, approximately 1 megawatt means 1,000 kilowatts. So we're using this terminology. In Japan, it is ranked the third. Then comes Germany, 58 gigawatts, but with the newly commissioned facilities, it is now over 60. India is really increasing its capacity. India, a year later, is going to be ranked the third and is going to overtake Japan. And in the near future, after China, it is going to become number 2. Italy is even much further than us. This goes the same for Australia as well. And South Korea, even though it is a tiny little country. And then comes Vietnam. And Turkey is ranked the 16th, which is around about 10,000 gigawatts of installed capacity. What makes us really pity, on the 6th of Feb, we had the earthquake disaster. More than 10 cities were affected, and our calculated loss is $100 billion. This is our economic loss, which is calculated. And our yearly energy import is also $100 billion. From the Gulf countries, we import also. We're also Azerbaijan and other countries as well. We've got the current deficit as well. We have to increase our exports, so we say. But 75% of our current deficit stems from energy import. Each energy that we generate from solar, each solar power plant that we establish contributes to compensating for the current deficit that we have. Also, it protects our country as well as our environment. It also closes our foreign trade deficit. So it all meets these missions. Excuse me, I pressed a wrong button there. I would like to show a couple of examples. In our country, as you all know, there are brands, institutions that tap into solar energy that we also well know. Even factories become more beautiful that are equipped with solar power plants. And it becomes more attractive according to me, those roofs. I don't know how you would perceive that. This is BIM supermarket, chain supermarket, as we all know. And again, these are the products that you consume. As you see, all of those facilities, every inch of it is tapped into by companies that know and appreciate the importance of this. I also would like to go into technicalities a bit without boring you too much. Monoperk, for instance, Top Gun, P-Top, N-Type, multi-bus bars, bifacial, heterojunction. So these products are technologies that are used in new generation solar panels. PERC is passivated emitter and rear contact. TOPCon is tunnel oxide passivated contact. The Turkish meaning is that the cells are contacted and then solar radiation energy turns into electricity. So this is a definition as to what bit of the cell is intervened in that respect. Monopore cells are mostly used for generation, and the new technology that knocks on our door is TOPCon. Positive and negative types. Positive and negative types, I will be explaining you that as well. Electrons, silicium collides them with wafer-based cells inside with the radiation, what causes this plastic which enables negative or as positive the system to be emitted. I mean, radiation comes in, and then there is these cells that form by silice, and there is this fighting that occurs amongst those molecules that create an energy at the end of this fight, this collision, and then this with bus bars, actually, the silver wires, they run through, and then behind the panels there are junction boxes that merge it, and with connection boxes, electricity goes to inverters, and then from there, by using the AC-DC converters in our homes or as in our industrial facilities, we enjoy the electricity that we need. So this is the negative and positive incidents that I've tried to talk you through. This is a graphical drawing from solar to cell, and from cell, the negative and positive panels, they collide with each other, and molecules that are triggered, and in the merging points, as we have indicated in red, it turns into positive and negative electricity. So this has got a really big advantage. Energy generation in the world. Like, it doesn't turn turbines, there's no spare part, it doesn't wear out. This is the only means of energy generation, which is solar energy. Our cell technologies are improving. We cut it in by half and then into 3, and all the purpose here is growing and to become more efficient. Here the picture is called bifacial, which is on both sides energy is generated, which is whereby sun hits directly and the radiation that is transferred, radiated from the ground. 2023, what is going to change this year? It is an important year. We've got 3 main headlines that we will be experiencing change. First of all, cell efficiency is going to increase, and then with lower heat, more production. I mean, less being impacted from high heat is going to be the case, and with lower radiation, our performance is going to increase. So Schmidt-Peckintesh, in all these technologies we do generation, and currently we've got a technology that is identical to the rest of the world and sometimes even leads. This is TOPCon bifacial 575 watt module. It is got the highest generation and efficiency power across the world. On rooftops, 500 watt, which has got a smaller size, and for field installations, we've got larger sizes. Our modules that are up to 550 watts, with different generations, different executions, with different needs. Optimum product finding enables recovery and efficiency. As Peckintesh, we are not only active in solar energy, another execution of ours is the rooftop panels. We've got this new invention, new product which we've developed without punching any holes. These are sandwich panel tops, and on top of it we assemble solar energy panels, which is called quick fix. It is got a traction capacity of 500 kg. With Istanbul Technical University, we've tested this without drilling a hole. We're able to do these. This is Western's latest factory, and in these facilities, these products of ours are being used. Our own factory, especially at each inch a solar panel was installed, and here you see the thermal camera view. There isn't any single panel which is not operating. I mean, with any slightest problem, I mean, it's really efficient, this system, and it is really safe. And here we see a shooting from above, or even park lots. Everywhere that we find an empty space, we have installed our solar panels, as you see, including the security building. Again, about innovations, I would like to mention you about a project in the Creta island of Cyprus. For the first time with German zinc power company, an ocean-type hybrid solar energy platform is what we have manufactured. We benefit both from wave and sun. When it comes to generation, here at the top you see the solar panels underneath the waves, and the current continuously circulates those turbines underneath in order to do the necessary generation. And then of course we place these inside as well. The famous Forbes magazine does not only deem this project as an R&D project, but also a fundamental step to lead the path of establishing wave energy and the steam power technology within the renewable energy mix. And here I would like to show you a short video as well. Here you see the platforms which are being prepared externally with cranes. They are landed in water, and in a modular manner, one after the other, they are attached, and then they are not impacted from waves. They've got the stabilizers as well. And so the wave increases electricity product generation, and at the very entrance of the harbor, it has got a Turkish flag and a Made in Turkey stamp. You will be able to see these platforms, these panels. And this is the world's largest sports facility, and a solar power plant has been implemented, which is the Galatasaray Sports Stadium at Seyrantepe. It's now in the Guinness Records book. It has broken the world record. We've also received our certification, and here, high efficiency. I mean, usage and production is the highest generation are Schmidt's Peckinpah panels, which are. While thanking you, I also would like to once again show the areas that we are active. In different activities. Our aim, of course, is to do the best, the most quality. Thank you so very much for listening to us. If you've got questions, I am willing to answer them.
Merhaba, sesim duyuluyor herhalde. Çok geciktirmeden programı.
Hello everybody, let's start. We have 25 minutes. My presentation will be around 10 minutes and then Mehmet will complete the presentation. My name is Haluk Sayar. Well, I am the Deputy General Manager of Avere Electro-Mobility Association. I'll talk about electric vehicles, service processes, and sustainable transformation. What's sustainable transformation? It is actually the way that we should transform to, because there are things that we do wrong. We consume our sources, we consume fossil fuel, and their transformation, of course, should be sustainable. Everything is transforming, including the mobility. In energy sector, fossil fuel production as well, when we think of the renewable energy sources, so these are all interrelated with one another. Some as well, there are cars that are transforming into the electric cars. Mobility is transforming. Mobility means moving from one place to another place. When we look at to medium to the long term, this transformation is not something that we are familiar with. We are now talking about the computed systems, systems that are based on the big data. It is becoming more and more important. The areas that we purchase the cars will change, maintenance places will change. There will be a different mobility style. This is how we just grow to. As you may know, everything can be done from the web. The needs of people change as well. Users, their needs change. As you may know, we just go to a store and we purchase the car, then we use it, and then we go to the maintenance shop and they just take care of the car, they change the spare parts. However, this is changing for the long term. People now considering renting the car or sharing the car. There are many reasons in the background. One of them is efficiency. When you purchase a regular car, it stays 90% in the parking lot. However, when you rent or when you share, you increase this percentage. So everything is changing, including the electromobility. We have new generation cars. Well, there are new softwares. There's something called autonomous drive. Cars are just committing less accidents. Spare parts are used less and less. So we're actually going through a lot of changes. Now I'll give the floor to Mehmet. He is the CEO of Bakıcı Group. Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Mehmet Karakoç. I am here for the name of Bakıcı Group. I'll talk about service equipment and as well the new mobility world. I'll just start right away. As Haluk said, mobility. Well, the Mobility Experience Center is a new concept, and we will see it very soon in the market. And we just give a service. It has a variety, and the methods are changing, the technologies, and as well the software technologies, the technologies on the car as well. Advanced systems are all improving, and they are all just committing to a change. And now I'll just very shortly talk about that. Let me continue. As you may know, today we face with some important questions about the after-sale process of a car. We are now in the era of electricity cars. Conventional and traditional cars used to be the cars that we have been using, but now in one night it has changed, and now we just keep following all the news related to the new generation cars. So what do we do? I believe that all these disruptions will change the automotive sector, because Turkey is managing the sector in parallel to the world, and in the coming days you will see it, I think, very closely. Post-pandemic era somehow triggers the climate change. So now we are in a crisis of a chip and as well supply. It has facilitated the process of electricity cars. And the car brands have started to make some declarations by saying that we're now just stopping the R&D activities for the conventional cars, and we are transforming and we transform our processes totally for the electric cars. And on the micro-mobility side, we will see this shift through the electric cars. So as Bakıcı Group, we have been giving services since 1987. While spare parts is not what we do. We install automotive facilities. We just as well provide infrastructure. We just provide service equipments. We represent 42 brands in Turkey, and also we give training to the maintenance shops. So we are interested in all segments of automotive sector. Bakırcı Academy gives a training on the areas of certification as well, HR. B-Charge is a charging company. We as well provide service for the charging operation. I'll talk about it later. So here you see some brands. They are not only the players in the country, but they are the brands that we are cooperating with. So in terms of technology, architecture, and the training, we have been collaborating for the last 35 years, and we call ourselves as the mobility company of the future. So the name of this business is Mobility Experience Center. It's no longer about the maintenance shops or the dealer's shop. It is now all about actually making the orders via the phone. Maybe you have seen it a few days ago. Tesla has launched actually new cars, and it is possible to buy these cars now via your cell phone. So the world is becoming a mobility experience center. And what's going to happen? Mobility service is a concept. Maybe you have heard about CASE, connected, autonomous, shared, and electric. Well, the shared, I think, wouldn't be supported much in Turkish culture. I think it's all about culture and cultural, I believe, beliefs and traditions. So in Turkey, the tendency is about purchasing or owning an asset. So that's why sharing culture wouldn't be a trend, I believe, in Turkey. But how about the trends that we expect for Turkey? Porsche, Audi, Volkswagen are the brands that we have been collaborating with, and all these brands say that they are going to make some changes in some certain dates. When is the day, when this day will come? Well, if I am to buy, for example, an electric car, would it be possible for me to drive until Ankara city? Would there be charging stations? Well, I am using an electric car, by the way, myself, and it is a really productive vehicle, I would say, and I think that in the first half of 2024 in Turkey, there wouldn't be the problem of a charging station. For now, there are 120 charging operators, and they actually have committed already to establish and install charging stations in Turkey. And here are some statistics. And when you are to look at the brands, you cannot say that it has increased 20%. So it is around 200% or a 300% of increase. I believe that consumers show a great deal of interest for the market. But as you may know, that China and the USA are the countries that there is this tendency for the electric cars, and then there comes Europe and as well the other countries. And when we follow all these countries, I would say that it is real. Yes, we have electric cars. It is a serious transformation, and it's real. You all use automobiles, I believe. Maybe you just go to a maintenance shop and you let the maintenance guy do the maintenance, but the technology of today is totally different because electric car provides you actually a total comfort because it just gives you the advantage of the carbon emission decrease. However, of course, there are conventional as well with maybe thinking. And now let me talk about how the technology would work for the electric cars. How are the technologies and where would we use them? Of course, they will require repairment. Maybe you will just take them to the repairment shop, maybe with a less frequency comparing to the conventional maybe maintenance stores. So the technology is more progressed, but do we have enough maybe people, masters who can really intervene in the cars? Well, this might be the challenge, but it can be solved within 1 year. Are we ready? In Turkey, now we have 20,000 electric cars and this number is growing. In all the parts of the car, there is something. We couldn't see it on the conventional, however, electric cars, autonomous driving and the technologies. While in all parts of these cars, there is a sensor that is communicating with the outer world. There is a camera. And of course, that leads you to have a comfortable drive. So here you would see ADAS technology. It's part of our life. Well, the calibration of these cars can be done via these systems, and we just started on this in Turkey. Yes, we see the technology. However, we need people, real people, who can repair the cars. About service applications, you just see this photo that is called ADAS. Comparing to the conventional, well, it is actually simpler. In the past, there used to be a lot of equipments, but we wouldn't need them anymore. We don't need to train actually the repairment people about the gearbox or the transmission boxes. There is only one electric engine and there is a cup on the top of it, and that's it. This is the new world. And one of the most important issue is this battery. You see that the battery is exploded, and the most valuable part of actually the car is Chinese people are quite advanced on this area. Lithium bats and lithium furnaces, well, they're controlled by China. So Europe is making a partnership with China. So for this technology, what we go through is, let me talk about an example that I have been through about the batteries. Well, I am using an electric car. I have received an SMS saying that your car is can go for 100 kilometers. Would you prefer it to be 500? And if you confirm it, you receive a link, and via the application, you just update your software, and your car actually can progress up to 500 kilometers power. So this battery can work maybe up to 600 or 700, but they don't let it happen just right away. So that's why the new technologies are just part of our lives. Speaker is inaudible, unfortunately. speaker is inaudible because of the video sound. So don't be afraid by the rain. There wouldn't be such a thing. All these tests are completed, but there is something called high voltage test. And now the repairmen, service guys have to do it. They need to just receive a certificate, otherwise they cannot really approach to the car. So these are the new standards of the new world. There are new calibration systems. So in the end of the day, next to the battery, you just see this orange color palette. There are some high voltages in here, and technicians who are going to operate on them should be very well educated. And here is the new world. And in this fair, you would see a lot of charging stations. We have heard Haluk and Pekintash. There are new energy systems. So about the new energy systems, well, of course, while transferring the energy to the car, we are using the BC. One of the actually questions that we receive is the time of the charging. So it depends on the capacity of your car. You can charge it within 10 minutes. However, would it be possible for the car to receive it? So that's why car technology is really important. However, with our cars, yes, we can charge the cars within 15 minutes. And with the home installed actually charging stations, we can charge the cars in 5 hours. So where are we today about the charging stations? Here you would see a short video. Yes, we use the charging station in the car, in the house. Supporting it as well. So it's bi-directional. You return to the home and you can recharge actually your car, and it's called recharging system. So I'll just inform you about the automotive side. You see such concepts. You would see it in Turkey and as well in Europe. In some gas stations in Turkey, or in the parking lot of the house sites or the houses, well, you can install even your own charging station, and you can sell it to the users as long as you get the required actually permissions. So generally in a gas station we see the quick chargers. And by the way, I told you in the beginning of my presentation, in the beginning, first half of 2024, charging challenge and the problem is going to be solved totally for Turkey, because this is the most frequent actually complaint. If you drive to another city for like 4 or 5 hours, yes, your battery can be off, but it's not going to be a problem anymore. So these concepts are used and tested in China, in Europe, in some other countries as well. So this is the solar panel that is fed by the sunlight. And there is a software in between the car and the charging station. It just lets you to communicate. and it informs the vehicles about the level of the charging and as well the level of the voltage. So it is like an communication in between the vehicles. So I would say that solar energy is very valuable. We already know it, and it can be used in different areas for different purposes. Bidirectional is the system that we work for. You can charge your car by using the bi-directional charging system. You can use the car during the whole day, and when you return to the home as well, you can just keep charging the car, and all the house appliances can be charged as well via this system. In the maintenance shops, you would see more and more charging stations, and until today we have installed 1,200 charging stations in maintenance shops.
So in the upcoming days, you will see this. And last but not the least, tires. What about the money? The audience asked. What is the price? I mean, the battery or the car battery? Okay, we can discuss it later. So the price of the battery is, roughly speaking, half price of the car. But tomorrow, I mean, in the near future, it could be 1/4 of the price. It would be 1/10 of the price of the car, because technology in that part advances very quickly. And I would always say this, one of the mostly questioned thing of the cars by customers was the post-sale support. Who is the distributor, and what about the second-hand price of the car? It was asked in the past previously, and now there comes a battery, it's 400, and when the new version comes, 700. What's going to happen to my version? This question has been asked highly, but do not worry at all, because we can change the lenses in the battery, so they could be changed into 700 as well. And you will see them, of course, by paying some price, you will be able to change the version. And our tires have been changed. As you all know, in the first mobility, there is a very serious acceleration momentum, and because of the battery, cars are a bit heavier. So we do have different parts compared to conventional ones. Without further ado, I'll talk about some other novelties like new matrix lights and some additional design sets. And because of the batteries, cars are heavier than the past. Normally 900 kilograms, 1,100 kilograms, but normally they are 2.5 tons. We have to decrease the weight because of the liquid inside. And right now aluminum is mostly chosen, so it has to be repaired. In the NCAP tests for all these electric cars, I'm sure that you also follow this, there are hundreds of brands. Only in China there are 84 brands producing electric vehicles. Only in China. For that reason, I'm saying hundreds of cars. But up until yesterday, this NCAP crashing tests were not attached importance. But right now, the masses are demanding this. And as a result of this NCAP tests, safety of the electric cars has been also approved, and they are going to be emphasized in the future more. I wanted to talk about them for that reason. In the past, conventional cars were in the painting cabinet. They were dyed, painted, but right now it's not possible because the cabinets were 80 degrees, 90 degrees, but batteries should not be heated inside. So I have to say this. There's a brand, one of the most sold brands, a Porsche Taycan. Okay, let me say this. Porsche Taycan, as you all know, when you are in the service, there is this ignition room. And if something happens, God forbid, if something is burned, there is nothing you can do for these cars. My dear friends, in the batteries of these cars, lithium produces its own oxygen, unfortunately. So for that reason, no matter what you do, it's going to ignite. There's no possibility to smother it. For that reason, at the very topmost point, if you want to reach security, there is this ignition room. If the heat rises up to 80, 90 degrees, then it's on the ignition room, then it's let be burned. That's it. This is the utmost important example. Has it happened up until this time? No, it hasn't happened. So all in all, in terms of safety and security, previously I was showing you Euro NCAP tests. If it was a situation, they wouldn't pass NCAP tests. Okay, let me say you something. Hydrogen is more efficient, however, they cannot solve the problems with respect to safety security. Security problems are not solved yet. For that reason, all the auto producers have switched into electric cars, and in 2030, I mean tomorrow, it's very near. In 2030, in any showroom, we will not be able to see conventional cars because everything will be electric. So I just want to show you last pictures, and I'll ask you excuse me. So in order for us to make the correct repair, method, personnel, and the proper techniques should be applied. Thank you so much for your patience. I was a bit shouting in my speech. I'm so sorry because of the competition against the time. That's why I was a bit loud and quick. Thank you so much.
Her zamanki gibi biliyorum. Evet arkadaşlar, oturumumuz başlıyor. Herkesi yerlerine davet ediyorum lütfen. Evet. Güneşler Oturumu, Güneş Enerjisi Yatırımcıları Derneği.
I'd like to welcome you all to our new session called Investors Are Speaking. As Solar Energy Investors Association, we make unlicensed investments and we are gathered together by the investors. Our association was established last year, and throughout this period we have discussed the problems of the investors making investment in the unlicensed solar energy market. We're going to discuss our problems with the Energy Market Regulation Board, and the biggest challenge that we come across is that the price increase on the system user side. So legally speaking, we have made some attempts, but with mutual dialogues, we also try to discuss these issues with the public side. And on the monthly payments, distributing companies had brought up some problems till September. We solved that till June, but after July, we are going to have some problems again. So, but in addition to this, our biggest vision is to make solar power basic energy source in Turkey. This is what we want, and we'd like to provide our utmost effort in this respect. In the SolarEX exhibition and fair, a lot of EPC companies, assembly companies, electronic producers, sellers, they are gathered together. There is a huge market before us, and as unlicensed electricity investors, we have contributed in this market's journey. So in the past we had 2 or 3 four-year areas, but right now we have more than 8 halls thanks to your vision. Right now we have 10 gigawatts of installed power in Turkey. 85% of it comes from unlicensed producers, and among unlicensed, 6,000 megawatts comes from Yektem, that we make sales based on dollars. So maybe we are the biggest, but the orphan child of the sector. So we're going to discuss our situation as orphans of the sector. I'll give the floor to Mr. Mehmet. Mehmet is the CEO of Tunç Politik, and he is also the vice president of our association, and he's going to talk about how, what kind of problems he encountered as an investor. Yes, the floor is yours, Mehmet. Mehmet, hello everyone. Thank you, Sardar, esteemed chair of our association. Dear guests, today I'll be talking about problems that we encounter in the solar energy market. As an investor, I'll be talking about it. So, first and foremost, well, personally, I started to work in the sector in 2006. I am an electric engineer. I was studying in the USA, and I was one of the founder chairmen of the association in Turkey, because solar was not known in Turkey for a long time. When we set solar, in the first place, they were asking how much water is heated thanks to solar power plant. Nobody was thinking about electricity when we set solar power plant. We initiated the revolution. What happened as a result of that? Let's have a look at this. Per annum, $2 billion worth of natural gas importation is prevented. That's why we are not appreciated that much, huh? And right now, as a result of our efforts, $2 billion of money stays in our country, and we are a group comprised of investors, and our association represents unlicensed investors. So who are these unlicensed investors? it is the solar energy sector in Turkey, because up until this time in Turkey there are approximately 10 gigawatts of investments, and 8.5 of it comes from investors, unlicensed investors. So we had the responsibility as these small, medium scaled investors, and we provide employment, as you can see. In the fair, in the exhibition area, you can see there are a lot of companies who are not here as well, and hundreds of people are employed. In the solar power plant sector, approximately 40 to 50,000 people are employed. There are cell producers and medium tension equipment producers, panel producers. So with the start of the power plant in Turkey, solar power plant in Turkey, we initiated a huge employment progress. There is huge demand in Turkey right now, but when we started this journey in Turkey, there was not a know-how in this respect. So right now, Turkey can also outsource its know-how to other countries. We worked on the muscle of our country in this way. And on the other side, thanks to the distributed production, we can make $20 million of saving in the line losses, line failure. So what does it mean? When we produce electricity in Elazığ, we can consume it in Elazığ. So from Adana, Keban, Dem, we do not transfer electricity to Elazığ. So here, all the repair costs, line losses are prevented. Each and every year, $2 billion of natural gas replacement is made in our country, and we also decrease the losses. There's peak shaving feature. So in summertime, solar power plant makes the peak production. And in the summertime, when we have a look at the consumption profile of Turkey because of the AC load, especially in the last decade, this load has increased immensely. On the noon time, the grid is receiving too much demand, and solar energy is on the peak level. So we prevent the grid collapse during summer times. If it weren't us, then in the various sunny days, there are hot days, we could have blackouts, electricity interruptions in different parts of Turkey. It's because of our production capacity. Yes, our sector, as Serdar has also stated, is like the stepdaughter or stepson of the energy sector. However, what we do is enormous. We prevent importation, and we also decrease our dependency on other countries, because Turkey, when we started these projects, was dependent on other countries up to 60%. Imported coal, imported natural gas. But right now, this ratio was decreased down to 50%. So we can also decrease our dependency on other countries, because Iran natural gas, Russian natural gas, if you are dependent on them 50%, it means that you are dependent on foreign countries. You should not be foreign dependent on energy. It's not only about political or energy-wise. In terms of all other aspects, solar power plants are important. We make green production. The world is changing. There are carbon leasings, and some fines will be given to countries with respect to carbon. So we also produce our energy, generate electricity in the green way. Let's have a look at the current situation of the solar investors. All the foreign investors have left the sector. The German, the Korean, the Japanese, they have left the sector. And also, some solar investors who used to make investments in Turkey went to Greece, Mexico. Why? Because we have come across with many problems in Turkey. Distribution companies, they haven't made our payments that we had already made their payment, but we didn't receive what should be collected. So unfortunately, we were not paid our rights. And there is this always changing legislation. So with an incredible pace, our legislation is exposed to changes. It means that our structure has not yet settled. It's open to any kind of effects. And when we play the game, rules are changing. As a result of this, foreign investors have left the country and local investors have taken a step out of our country as well. And let's have a look at an example to this. System usage amount is 1 to 2% in the world. So you only pay 1 to 2% of the energy that you produce to the grid because you use the grid. But in 1996, 1995, it was around 5%. When this investment decisions were taken, this rate was about 5%. But in the beginning of 2023, this amount increased up to 28% of the turnover. Right now, companies in the sector are unable to pay their debts to the banks because in the past it was 1 to 2%, it became 5%, then it is 28%. So right now people are saying that after a while we're going to give what we produce to the grid, let's leave the sector then. There's no motivation and trust in the new investments, but most importantly, when we go to banking sector and say we are going to make solar investments, nobody believes in our sector. They say that everything can happen to you. They don't believe in our feasibility works, and it is affecting the financeability of our projects. System use price was increased by 398% last year, and this year it became 230% price increase again. This is not just, this is not fair at all. And unlicensed producers in many legislations, even though we represent 80 to 90% of the sector, are given fines. If, let's say, 1 megawatt is past 1 kilowatt for 5 minutes, their monthly collections are confiscated. But a licensed power plant does the same thing. Their fine is just half of what we pay. These are not just situations for investors. This is also against the Constitution because it's not equal. We pay 4 times higher money than the licensed ones. What we do is the same, but in return, what we pay is not the same. Farm type, field type power plants should be licensed, and they should be turned into professional energy production hubs. If it happens in this way, a lot of problems can be solved and new investments are going to be given more opportunity because we do not attract new investors. In each and every year we discuss whether we can produce 3 gigawatts, but Turkey should be able to 10 gigawatts annually. When we were establishing power plants in 2010, same countries were also starting their power plant establishments with us, but they already passed us. They are much ahead of us in terms of progression, and in time I hope we're going to work harder. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mehmet. Now I'd like to give the floor to Yaşar. They have 160 megawatts of facility, so can you please keep it a bit quick and short? Thank you so much.
Merhaba sevgili misafirler. Öncelikle hepiniz.
Hello everyone. First and foremost, welcome. I work in Koray Holding and I am the director of Sensis Energy Facilities. I work on the solar power plant side. Let me talk about our factory. In 2014, we had 330 kilowatts, but in 2019, we reached up to 159 megawatt capacity. And in 2023 and 2024 investments, in total, we are planning to increase up to 500 megawatts of capacity. And here, you can see the life cycle of a solar power plant. In the project development phase, it takes a year, and then there comes the installation phase. It takes 1 to 3 months, and here you can see operational and business running side, which takes the majority of this life cycle. This is not just the power plant for us, it's an asset, and it requires capital. And because of the positivity that it gives to our energy sector, they should not be let alone to their very existence. They are really valuable for us. These assets should be managed in a very well manner, and they are titled as asset management for us. And you can see some basic things to be made for asset management. And on the asset management, you can see there are 3 pillars, like Mehmet Bey has mentioned previously. This is very similar to financial asset management. It's all about financial instruments, financial income and cost, but I'll be talking about technical asset management side. So technical asset management involves the very place of the power plant till the tiny bits of the installation and all the linked particles or devices. You have to minimize the failure, and you have to maximize your intervention capacity to all kinds of failure. So there are a lot of items in this management process, but in the last 2 years we have come across with big problems, such as cable stealing. And in the past, during installation phases, investors were subjected to this kind of problems, but due to hyperinflation in our country, even on the already operational power plants are subjected to stealing. So here you can see some of the photographs from our stealing experience, and we have taken some extra measures. Normally, these doors were out of aluminum. Those materials could be easily broken, and people can easily enter into the power plants. But we provide double protection with an extra lock. And also inside the power plant, all the doors, there are sensors. Through the sensors, when the doors are opened, thanks to this alarming sound, we can also give audio-visual alarming system so that we can prevent people go inside our factory. So we should defer people entering into our power plant, and we have this deferring systems. And also the alarm images of these cameras are collected in a center. We have the personnel observing camera visuals 24/7, and based on their analysis, they can communicate with the police officers so that we can prevent any kinds of burglary in our factories, power plants. And of course, we can have some saving from the security officers that could be employed in our power plants. And there are certain extra measures against the stealing cases. And one of the biggest items of the asset management is repair and maintenance. About repair and maintenance activities on the field, there's a certain time period to make an intervention. During this time, we have to diagnose the failure, and it could be repaired, then maintenance could be made. Here you can see some examples. For instance, in Turkey, there is 10 gigawatts of solar power plant capacity, and based on our experience and demands that we receive, there is 10% thermal maintenance on the PV panels, but it is not helping us because it can turn into bigger problems. Those failures cannot be detected on some visual inspections, but with thermal examinations and inspections, those failures could be detected, and if this is ensured, then the required steps could be taken. And when we think this insurance guarantee period is going to be over, we have to think of the policies. So our biggest recommendation to the investors is to come up with some conditions when they establish the business policies. It's not something that could be based on the investors' conditions, but certain things should be revised, because on an occasion of an accident, it's really problematic to come up with a damage report. So during any damage or accident, you should be able to work with a company that can direct you, guide you very well, and information and documentation should be collected wisely, and those documents should be transferred to the experts. So the company that you work with matters a lot. Can you please wrap it up? Okay, likewise, on the connection parts, when it comes to thermal examinations, I'd like to show you some visuals. Unless thermal inspections are made, if everything is let's just be, then you can see some failures like this. Unless interventions are made on time, you can see a heavier failure. And as you all know, on 6th of February, we had an earthquake disaster in Turkey, and some of the power plants in the region were also affected. So here you can see the transformer of the power plant collapsed. It was not fixed, as you can see on the visual. So the vertical and horizontal loads were not the same. That's why this parts should be fixed from 4 parts, and also these segments should not be fixed from a single point. They should be fixed from 4 different points in order not to have problems. On the PV panels, because of the earthquake, in order not to have any damage, at least twice a year, torque controls should be made on the constructions. So torque controls can take too much time. For that reason, it could be made out of 10% of samplings. As a result of the samples, if something negative happens, we can make the torque control of all the power plant. Thank you so much for your attention. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Yaşar Bey. It's been a great presentation, by the way. I really would like to listen to this presentation in another session. So İlker Bey will be our last speaker. İlker Bey is going to ask, why are the investors paying investment price? Why should not we pay it? İlker Bey, the floor is yours.
Merhabalar.
Hello, my name is İlker Türkgüler. I work as a lawyer in Ankara city, and I also work as a consultant to the electricity distribution companies. There is a law in Turkey. What's this law? Well, the number 5346. Here, let's have a look at the law, and let's read paragraph 6A. What does it say, this law? Our surplus consumption is part of paragraph 6. There are companies, real companies and individual companies that are having the power of generating electricity and that are supplying electricity to the market are subjected to Article 6, Paragraph A. Here you would see the price range, and this is the redundant surplus amount of the energy that is provided by the system. The cost is $13. And it says that within this context, the task of the electric energy that is supplied by the company must be purchased. It is subject to purchasing. According to the law, related companies, related retail companies, they buy electric energy, and the related supply company is admitted to generate and supply into the system. So he is manufacturing and generating the electricity, not you. He is generating it. A retail company is considered as if they generate because the system is supplied by the retail company, and who is paying the distribution cost. This is the question, the distribution cost of the surplus energy. Well, it is charged by the unlicensed manufacturer, and the law is supporting this idea, so you don't have to pay for the distribution cost. However, when we look at the practice, we see that it is charged by the manufacturers, but it shouldn't be the case. What can we pay for in this case? Because there is this contract in between us and as well the distribution companies. Well, we all signed a distribution contract with the companies. So here it talks about the conditions of making the payment. There are financial liabilities. Article 1 says that the calculated cost should be paid, and it is calculated over the usage amount of the distribution. Your manufacturing site can be in region A, but the consumption can be done in the region B. Then you're liable to pay both for the production and for the consumption, and of course the related distribution activities. And what's the second possibility? The facilities are located in different areas. This is the second probability. And then what do? We supply from the power plant, and it is consumed in another location. So distribution cost plus downstream direction cost it is in this scenario. However, according to the contract, there is not any reference to the distribution surplus. So please read your contract when you're back to your office. There is not any reference to the surplus distribution. I have read actually hundreds of contracts. I am the consultant of many energy companies, and there is not a distribution cost for you. For the manufacturers, you should actually know your rights. I have already filed cases in the court, and there are very clear definitions in here, and the cases are ongoing. However, the distribution companies are, of course, just doing some lobbying activities, and they are trying to impact impact the power of law. So that's why we need to also just raise our voices. When we think of the surplus of energy and its distribution, we're not actually responsible for making this payment. So another article from the law, let's have another look at it. Related companies, including the retail companies, the companies that we prepare our invoice and just sell to. They are considered as if they are actually supplying into the system. This is how they are considered. And whoever is benefiting from the system should pay for the distribution cost. So who is benefiting out of this system? Whoever is giving energy into the system and who is withdrawing the energy from the system should be defined, and they are liable for making the payment of the distribution. We cannot be in charge of it. And my final remark would be the generated energy, of course, should be measured according to the measurement point. So the delivery point is where we measure the energy. So we have the meters. When we look at the commercial law, there is as well a reference to that. In Turkish commercial law, there is a separation as if a sale on site and as well a sale on the factory. So I'm not supplying into the system. That's why I am not benefiting if it is transportation. So that's why the measurement point and the delivery point, these are as well very important. Thank you, İlker. İlker is as well an investor, a member of our board, and as well a person of law. Thank you very much for your kind elaborations. So we have completed our time, but if you have any questions, we can receive your questions if possible. Hello, my name is Mehmet Güneş. I am an investor. My question is, you have shown the article about the consumption on site and the generation on site. There was a page on this. So what do you mean the same place or on site? What do you mean exactly by saying so? Article 4 is actually a contract that you sign with the distribution company, and in this Article 4 there is an arrangement saying that even if you consume the energy that you generate as you work in actually coherence with the system, you should pay for the distribution cost. Another probability is that you generate in one site, however, it is consumed in another location that is far away from the manufacturing location. Still, you have to pay for the distribution fee. So here, by the way, this amendment is now a law. It is not a regulation, it is an enacted law, and there are some amendments within the law. By the way, the Energy Regulation Board has never made a reference on this. Distribution companies just metaphorically actually charging all these distribution costs from the manufacturers, and there is a manipulation for the tariffs, because in every 3 months a tariff is published by the Energy Regulation Board, and there is a sub-article saying that a surplus of energy. So it is like a gray shadow area, as if you are responsible for the surplus. So it is a wrong perception. It is actually a deliberate misunderstanding. You are not responsible for this consumption, and it's against the law. This is a violation of the law in practice. So because of that, actually, we filed some cases. So what's the current situation, by the way, about these law cases? We have filed 430 actually cases, and we have received 400, by the way, reports that are confirming what we defend. So, by the way, we made a reference in these cases. The distribution cost is 66 kurush. There is a margin here. Of course, the tariffs can be different, but 12 kurush of actually practice cannot be charged as 66 kurush. So we have received reports, scientific reports. The gas centrals without a license can act and work as if they do own the license. This is what the scientific reports say. So there is a lobbying, of course, activities of the distribution companies, but still these cases are still ongoing. Hello, Halik Façalı is my name. I'm from İzmir City. You have said that we shouldn't pay for the invoices. This is what you have said, right? You shouldn't pay for the invoice. 66 kurush is paid default. If we don't pay it, in the case that it is not paid, the electricity is cut off. Well, let me correct, I never said that. Maybe this is your wish, but I've never said that you shouldn't pay. This is not what I recommend, because distribution companies actually prepare this invoice. Maybe I misunderstood it. Legally, you should pay actually the invoice, but there are conditions that are helping you to just make your case that you wouldn't pay. Is there a deadline for the cases, legal cases? Well, unfortunately, because it takes time. Thank you. Thank you. Another participant. Hello, thank you very much. My name is Cemil Nalbatoğlu. I'm an investor of Solar Energy. Dollar-based investments, when 10 years is completed, the future regulation or your expectations. Could you please elaborate on this? I've just called an expert and municipality of Tarlabaşı in Eskişehir. They have completed their time for now, and the practice is that they will continue to the sales. And about the license transition, there is not a process, ongoing process. Well, we are all the guests are commercial places, and they will continue to sell. So how about the limits? Surplus electricity. We can keep selling it. For now, actually, we do the netting per hour. And this is how it will continue. Okay, thank you very much for your participation. Güneşler will continue in his actions, and we are waiting for your support. Thank you.
Ses.
Ses geliyor.
Ses.
Sesim nasıl çok boğuk mu çıkıyor? Son oturum zaten.
Aynen
Yani
son oturumumuz başlıyor diye. Ya şunu elimde tutmasam bakar mısın? Headset takalım mı benden?
Hoparlörler açıkmış.
Son oturumumuz başlıyor. Yerlerinizi alırsanız seviniriz. Bura ben. Seninki açık değil.
Ses.
Aynen. Ben, sen.
Hoş geldiniz.
Oraya gel istiyorsan. Orada şöyle otur.
Ha evet bir sürü şey.
Hello, everybody. I would like to now just start the last session. Today we will talk about energy efficiency. Yusuf Özer is our first speaker. I'll give the floor to him. Hello, everybody. My name is Yusuf Özer from Result Energy, the head of the board. Since 2013, project development, maintenance, and as well consulting services that we give. So in today's session, we will talk about actually the sector, because the sector is quite dynamic and our legislations just change very dynamically, and there are changes in the LED. When we think of the recent actually launched regulation with this right of installing the solar installment, the demand, of course, just has increased. So when we think of the current applications, I can say that we really go forward. The capacity problem is very common and obvious, and as well we keep receiving applications, and in the lens there are different cases, such as a chat report, is a challenge. So if I am to give an example, in one of the land project, investors, without receiving actually a consultancy, directly talk to the real estate agents. So they would like to just develop a project, and after that they face with many problems. So an EPC firm or a consultant that you have to make actually a collaboration with, and then you should maybe enter into the business, purchasing a land first and then just making a call on it. Well, these lands afterwards turn to be an area of agriculture. Maybe they just trick you by saying that the chat report is ready, but in reality it's not. Even in a land just was offered to 3 different investors, and for 2 parts of the land, chat reports were ready. However, for the one portion of the land, there was not a chat report, so that's why they couldn't combine the portions of the land, and they couldn't develop the project. And we just have learned about it in the last phase. So it was very, very late actually to fix the problem, because already the investors just purchase the land, and they cannot really develop the project, they cannot install the project. So somehow the cost, of course, directly increases. So the first thing is working with an EPC firm, I believe. For the lands, of course, there are some capacity requirements. Right after 2016, no longer it is possible to question the capacity. So transformation centers and their capacities are unknown. We're not informed. Some lands are tendered for the solar business, as if there is a capacity in such lands. Many investors showed an interest to those lands, but we explained to them that there is no guarantee, and this is the information that we receive from TAEAŞ. We cannot guarantee the capacity. This is what TAEAŞ has said. You started the development of the project, but you cannot get a capacity guarantee because you don't know the case. So such lands, of course, they charge around 30,000 lira annually, but in the tenders you see that these figures just reach to 1 billion. Such an absurd figure. So that's why I highly recommend you to work with, make a partnership with the consultancy firms. You really have to pay attention to this point. So, my first recommendation would be we should first look at the roof. If it is suitable statistically, then we should just do the installment on site, and we should combine the generation and the consumption on site. The distribution actually costs are reflected on the bill. You would also have a distribution cost benefit. And when we think of the investment cost, well, the return of investment will drop to 2.5 years. On-site generation and on-site consumption is what I recommend. Kilowatt hour generation is how you can just make the actual generation and consume. We see a high interest for the lands. Different distribution companies also were established. And in terms of the capacity, we see that there is a rejection now, and the investors are unfortunately not happy on this. So if possible, first install on the roof. On-site generation and on-site consumption methods should be implemented, and if there is a surplus of generation, you can maybe just continue with the lens, and the consumption is around 5 and 5.5. These are the levels, and by the way, for the roofs, the period is 4 months. 4 months is required for the installment. However, for the lens, investors just think that it can be completed within 4 months, but this is not the case for the lens because there are the processes of the zoning and the reconstruction, and as well you need to just obtain some licenses, and investors are not informed on this. What they think is that they can commission the installment within 4 months. However, this is not the case. Energy costs seem to be diminished recently, so investments are deferred a little bit, delayed. So when we think of the loan periods, these are also just impacting the whole process. The capacities are important. On-site generation and on-site consumption is what I recommend. If we receive rejection for the capacity, we can maybe use the method that we wouldn't supply for the network. Thank you. I have maybe a few more questions for you, but you have already replied to what I had in mind. So let's continue with Salman.
I guess you had a presentation, right? Yes. You can take the floor.
Öncelikle herkese merhabalar. İsmim Selman Ünlü.
First of all, I'd like to welcome you all. My name is Salman Ünlü. So we have our family business, and I am the third generation. Normally, we work with other countries. For that reason, we are not very familiar to internal market. We are not known by the internal market. Based on our foreign country experience, I'd like to give you this presentation. It will be in English, by the way. So we have not translated it into Turkish. So on the slides, everything is in English. But when we say aluminum cables, people are asking whether aluminum is used in the cables. So this is how I start answering this question. And I say that, first and foremost, we have to look at the characteristics of the conductive metals. And this is the most conductive metal. First and foremost, you'll see it on Google: silver, copper, annealed copper, gold, and aluminum. This is the conductivity list of metals. When we produce cable, how do we get the metals? Based on tonnage, based on their weight. So on the left side, you can see conductivity percent volume basis, and here you can see volume-based comparison. But when we produce cables, we look at the weight of the metals. For that reason, we look at the weight basis column on this table. Aluminum is a great conductive metal, but it's not known very well for the cables. In recent years, we've had some economic crisis, uncertainties, and competition on the market. For that reason, certain prices have dropped down. People have made research, and as a result of their research, they've directed themselves into aluminum, especially after COVID period. This is what they highly prefer. So one of the gentlemen was making a presentation about the cable stealing, and this is one of the biggest advantages in aluminum cable use. So when we compare copper and aluminum one-to-one, normally copper cables are very well known. So this is the parameters that we have prepared. On the copper side, if all the things are taken as one, what could be the coefficient parameter on the aluminum side? So equal conductivity is the most important thing for us. So calculated diameter of copper is 1. For aluminum cable use, that diameter should be 1.6. This is an important parameter. So this is not one-to-one. Normally people prefer one-to-one section, one-to-one cut, but this is not normal. So there is not a correct use. There is this additional cost. So what could be the second question? They talk about equal thermal expansion. They say that aluminum just is not intact because of heat difference in winter and summer times, but actually it is one-to-one. Normally, with a proper aluminum, we can eliminate that difference. In low tension and medium tension cables, aluminum are chosen. In our country, we are preferring aluminum better, more, and there's also stealing factor too. So these data has been approved. There's 8 years history of copper. So if you think of it, aluminum cable has been around for 120 years. So aluminum firstly was used in insulation grids on this installation transmission poles. Then it was started to be used in different places on the solar projects, from inverter to transformer, from transformer to grid connection points. Aluminum can be used, and in solar places aluminum cable is used, but certification institutions have not given any approval for cable use in solar power plants. This is not correct. That's why normally we use it on the inverter sides, 1.6 megawatts tension side. Aluminum cables are produced, and here you can see some of the considerations about aluminum cables. One of the biggest disadvantages of aluminum is the oxidation problem. What is oxidation? What is corrosion? And there is also the quality of the workmanship. Oxidation can happen only a very tiny thickness that we can't see with our own naked eyes. It can reach down to 4 nanometer thickness. It's very thin, that's why it is not recognizable. On Munich University, there was a professor, we worked with him. And by the way, I have this study with me. If you want, I can share you the details. So when we say oxidation, on the aluminum surface of the conductive metal, there comes very fast, very quick surface coating. And corrosion is, as you all know, aluminum is an ore. It comes from the earth. So this is inherent tendency. Aluminium tries to go back to its original. So we try to prevent it on the connection parts. If we can do this, aluminum cables can be used for long years. And here, the most important component on the system is workmanship and quality material. So we do have some recommendations. If the connection points are copper, then 1 millimeter of clamping material should be used. If a metallic clamping material can be used, and inside if a Vaseline or a half liquid material is used, then it could be very much protective against oxidation. And also here, compression should be made. On this gray, green, orange area, you can see oxidation layer. So if you follow these procedures, oxidation could be broken. And according to our trial with this German professor, we have seen the layers are broken up to 60–70%. And in terms of the connection points of the aluminum cables, we've made a lot of trials and works. And you can see crimping works. You can understand it by looking at this slide. So aluminum cable can also be used in automotive sector. Since the beginning of 2010, this process was started to be worked on, and certain standards are already prepared. Aluminum battery cable. If you Google this on the internet, you can find a lot of documents. This is something that we can reach, and on the automotive sector, aluminum cables are used. So if everything is followed appropriately, aluminum cables can work very well. So we have written a lot of things in a very detailed manner, step by step, you can see. And with a metallic clamping part, if things are connected very well, then this thermal expansion on the second part, you can see, if it is coated with this thermal expansion material, then air could be prevented, or some foreign objects could be prevented enter into the system. Generally, this is how it is produced. And it says that without a qualified workmanship, it's a fairy tale. That's it. You can lead to fire, and if you can put the blame on our cable, it's not fair, right? And here, this is all actually I'd like to say. That's about aluminum cable. If you wish to have my presentation, I can share this presentation with you. This is all I'd like to say. Thank you. Thank you. I will have the questions at the end. Thank you very much. Is there anything you would like to add? No. Thank you so much. Yes. Ahmet Bey, we can have you on the podium. You have a presentation, right? No, no, no. Well, it's just a spontaneous speech. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much and welcome. And on the energy in the world, there is a big transformation going on. As the transformation happens, due to increasing population, natural resources, renewable energy and green energy have become much more important. In order to provide the sustainment of this, we should use renewable energy. And as of this moment, especially in the developed countries, I'm sure you have been following it very closely. Clean energy, renewable energy are much more preferred, especially after a pandemic and after Russian and Ukrainian war. Countries like Turkey and European countries and other countries in the world have accelerated their investments in renewable energy, and Turkey has been investing in renewable energy for 12 years. So from our side, I'd like to say this: in 2013, in 2000s, when there was no one in the sector, we were there. We were one of the pioneers in this sector. Solar has this advantage that technology of it changes very fast. So we have made our 5th revision in our factory, and each and every year, efficiency of this technology increases. Of course, compared to other energy sources, when we have a look at its efficiency per square meter, it is the fastest developing technology. And when we have a look at its use areas, like the fields, farms, facades, and rooftops, and we can use solar power in our own daily lives just to feed some instruments that we can use on our daily lives with the energy. So solar energy will be the primary energy source in the future, I guess. And according to the latest reports that I have read, each and every country draws their own plans, including Turkey. And in Turkey right now, there is 10 gigawatts of capacity use. When we have a look at European countries, there is a very assertive target for 2045. Till 2045, 3 gigawatts of solar power plants will be established. Yes, in our country, infrastructure for this target is a requirement. Yusuf Bey has talked about the capacity problems and other factors, but these problems should be overcome much more easily because we need it the most in terms of logistics, and because of the territory that we live in, we have some advantages, especially as of this moment, and I'm sure you have also seen that a lot of local and Far Eastern participants are in our fair. And we want this technology to be much more developed in our country so that our production facilities could be much more accelerated. Normally, we have cell and other equipment mounting, assembly, but we want the production in total in our country, and this development is ongoing right now. So for that reason, I'd like to say this to all the participants. We need more support for local production because we want to improve ourselves. This is our profession as solar industrialists, and we have our targets. As we find the necessary support for the sector, our works will be much more developed. This is all I'd like to say. If you have questions, yeah, we will have the questions at the end. Thank you so much. Nuri Bey, yes, the floor is yours then. You may have the floor. Well, hello everyone, Nuri Kabukçu. I am the executive board member of NAK Cable. NAK Cable is a family business, and I am the 3rd generation representative of this family business. And I'm here before you. I'd like to thank SolarEX organization, all the people who exerted their efforts in the preparation of this organization. I'd like to thank you so much. This year, once again, this fair has proven its capacity and strength again. Thank you so much. Now, as you all know, Turkey is one of the sunniest countries in the world. For that reason, a lot of world brands that would like to make investment in Turkey are in this fair. There is a great interest over this exhibition. And in human's life, energy takes an important place. And the sole energy source which does not lose its efficiency is sun. As long as this world exists, we need energy, and as an eternal source, forever source, we need sun. We have sun. Sun is really precious for us. Well, I'd like to give you a speech specifically about cables. Well, my presentation is very long. I don't want to take much of your time. For that reason, I'm going to wrap it up, and I'll directly talk about the importance of cable in the solar power plants. The beginning and the end, if you allow me, I'll omit them. Is this okay? Yes, it is okay. Thank you. Now, solar power plant energy projects like in the world, in Turkey, is very, very popular. Solar power plant projects needs too much capital and cost. Sometimes you can spend millions of dollars. You generate energy, and you have to transmit the energy that you generate. It could be possible through cables. And for 5% of the totally spent money goes to cables, and this is the veins of the solar cables, solar power plants. So when you think of a circle, all the chains should be strong, right? But on the costs, it's only 45% of all the expenditure, but all the cables, all the chains, all the circles of the chains should be strong. You have to have the best cable. No matter what your inverter is, no matter what you generate, unless you transmit this generated energy to the grid, there is no meaning in what you do. For that reason, everything should be strong in your cable production. Okay, let's talk about solar cables. What is a solar cable? These are deemed as photovoltaic cables as well, PV cables. PV cables are resistant against ultraviolet UV lights and ozone. They last for longer years. They are produced with double insulation. They are subjected to a lot of phases. Unfortunately, in today's condition, solar energy sector is getting more powerful, and there is too much demand on the cable production, but cable producers skip a lot of processes to catch up with the demands. As the processes are skipped, bypassed, that cable is not a solar cable after all. Producers who are following all the rules in their production, including Turkey and Europe, are only a few. And maybe there is no cable producing company in Turkey or in European continent which makes the proper production. I've detected this based on some samples and based on my laboratory works. And unfortunately, because of high demand, all the required processes are skipped and solar cable production is made. And in the short term, it is very difficult to understand this, but solar power plants life cycle is around 25 years. Lifetime is around 25 years. So in this lifetime, panels, inverters, cables, they should be also lasting for 25 years. If certain processes are skipped in the solar cable production, unfortunately, they are not that much endurant. After a couple of years, they can lead to fires. For that reason, cables are important in the solar power plants. They are the important veins of this power plant bodies. And we have a video. I want you to watch it, then we're going to wrap it up. Thank you.
NAK kablo. Solar kablo üretim ve testleri. En son teknoloji makinalarımızla üretimine devam ettiğimiz solar kablolarımız, üretim esnasında hem boyutsal hem elektriksel olarak kesintisiz kontrollerle üretimi devam etmektedir. Her aşamasında kontrollerini sürdürdüğümüz solar kablolarımız, izolasyon üretimi sonunda 4 saat süreyle kürleme odasında bekletilmekte. Kürlemesi sonlandırılan ürünler teknik kontrolleri sağlanıp bir sonraki aşama olan kılıflama aşamasına geçilmektedir. Kılıflama aşamasına geçtiğimiz ürünlerimiz pudralama makinesinden geçirilerek izolenin kılıfla yapışması engellenmekte. İleri teknoloji inkjet yazı makinalarımızla standartlara uygun markalama yapılmaktadır. Üretimi tamamlanan solar kablomuz kürleme odasına alınmakta, işlemi tamamlandıktan sonra laboratuvarımızda elektriksel ve boyutsal testleri yapılmaktadır. Standartlara uygun olarak kalibrasyonlu cihazlarımızla iletken direnci, izolasyon direnci ölçümü, tek düşey aley yayılımı ve hot set gibi tüm teknik testleri tamamlanarak sevke hazır hale getirilir. Solar kablo üretim sürecinde birçok detaylı prosesten geçmektedir. Lütfen solar kablo tercihinizi yaparken üreticiniz ya da tedarikçinizden bu proses detaylarını talep ediniz. NAK kablo.
Tabii sertifikalandırılmış
Certificated products. Of course, we will suggest you to use the certificated products. However, one thing is important. Companies that are loyal to their certificates should be preferred, I believe. While making your preference, please just look at the companies that are making durable products such as solar cables are guaranteed for 25 years. You do not have to make a declaration. If you own this certificate, then automatically for 25 years it is guaranteed by us. Last year, photovoltaic cables standards were updated, and according to the NIVES standards, very few companies can dominate the NIVES standards in Turkey. So as NAK Kablo, we are just one of these few companies that are in compliance with the NIVES standards. So it's really important for you to be careful and give priority to the quality. Another thing, Turkish cable actually has a position in the world. Last year we said made in Turkey, and this year we are saying that made in Turkey. This slogan is really important, especially for the cables. Projects that are done in Turkey. For sure, local manufactured products should be preferred. Even we expect a bureaucratic step for this. Distinguished President, if you become a mediator maybe on this regard, we will really appreciate it. In solar energy sector, including the panels, well, I can say it as well specifically for my own maybe field. There are a lot of distinguished actually cable manufacturers in Turkey, so that's why we expect maybe a restriction or even maybe a requirement so that people can prefer more Turkish actually products. This is what the future holds for us. So that's why it's really important for us to be really careful on this issue too. Could you please maybe share the ratios? I don't think that it is very, very high. Well, my long-term capacity is full actually. So we just have a little maybe percentage, a share for local market. So a product, if it is possible to produce it in Turkey in a high quality way, I think it's really important to support the local manufacturers and local producers, I believe. So this is the part about the cable. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, thank you. These are the last speeches of the day. Any questions? Microphone, please.
Sorulması beklenmiyor herhalde. Onun için mikrofon biraz uzaktan geldi. Teşekkür ediyorum.
Well, thank you first of all to all speakers. I have a question for Nuri. When we say energy need, the cost is as well high. There are a lot of actually industrialists in this exhibition that are focusing on the expenses. And they prefer the cheapest actually products in general. Unfortunately, this is the case. So my question is that I am asking this also to Nuri and Salman. When we think of all these investments, what's the share of the cable? What's the cable share? And the second question is that in case of a problem, what could be the problem? So what can happen to this $1 million investment? These are my two questions.
Şimdi şöyle düşünelim. 1 megawattlık bir proje
1 megawatt project. It is cost for today. What's the cost? $700, I think, right? Yes. Microphone, please. So, $700 in 1 megawatt. If it is used for the roof, it is 15 to 20,000 of meters. And if you multiply it with 80 cents, then what would be the final result? $16,000 it is. So for $700,000, the cost of the cable is 20,000 only. So our selling price is not more expensive than the other sellers. We produce quality products, but we don't sell it with a really high or expensive price. Well, there can be, for example, fire. You can use the best inventor even. However, just a problem in the cable can just lead to really serious problems. So when we think of solar cable, the compound used is important. The cross connect feature as well is very important. On the compound of the product, there shouldn't be a problem. So you just have watched it. The cables are double isolated. So first we produce the curing room and I give a feature, and then we just produce the outer cover. So if you're talking about like 25 years, the first isolation should just be acting and behaving. Even the white part just helps the cable to survive longer. While talking, I have mentioned important cables shouldn't be preferred. If we care for the added value, if we are caring about branding and localization, and as well supporting the local production, there are limited number of firms actually in the country, and these companies should be supported. Yes, we cannot prevent it totally, but there has to be a code, I believe. Just believe me, our production is even better and more qualified. However, just because that the origin country is European country, another brand can sell more. However, our actually quality is higher and better in reality. So we expect the necessary steps are to be taken, please. Thank you, Salman. Would you like to say anything? Nuri has talked about solar panels as well. So I might say that about the cables for the facilities, for the households, for the solar panels. Yes, there is a connection point, and all the problems can emerge out of this. Well, we buy, for example, white goods at our house, but we never change the transfer switch. But it can cause too many problems, of course. So, when we think also the buildings, the solar projects and their costs are in between 1 to 3. Generally, it is 1.5 to 2. This is how it is charged. Thank you. Any other question? Okay, then thank you very much. I wish you a good evening. Thank you.
say, say. Say, hey. Say, say, hey, hey, hey. Ses.